The information and education material Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for May 21st, 2023. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork and many other knowledge seekers. As we all are aware, this is a roundtable meeting. We're all equal here or anywhere on this planet or in the universe, even to the world leaders. But in this meeting, everyone has equal opportunity to share, to voice their understanding, to ask a question, to raise a point. It seems like it's all about ascension. Mr. Keshe was, again, demystifying this massive abuse, I guess, the clergy has been carrying out for quite a long time, and seeming to equate it to transmutation and transportation. And this is our understanding, and this is where he says that our science and technology will sort of demystify this tradition of ascension. We had, I think, Ascension Thursday or the Ascension Day. We had Holy Thursday. The body goes into heaven. We had the Feast of the Ascension. So there's, and even among the religions themselves, at least on the end of Christianity, some of them celebrated it and some of them discouraged others to celebrate it and to celebrate other traditions. But again, it's the transportation and transmutation, this knowledge that Christ received when he was on the cross, as I understand it, as Mr. Keshe explains it. It wasn't a knowledge that he had prior to that. And I think this is what happens to us many times, that we'll receive the knowledge when we need it, because we are carrying the full amount or the totality. It's just a matter of accessing it. So there's many beautiful things developing in this understanding of ascension. And of course, we all ascend. And we're leaving this shackles of physicalities as we understand it. And we go to a heaven or a place, as he said, but does heaven really exist? Or is heaven a place where you feel comfortable to exist and to serve others? Because that's what the creation is all about. Nothing more, nothing less. I think Mr. Keshe said, no matter what way you look at it, it's all about serving. He talked about us collecting many souls in our journey on this planet. He also talked about, he didn't elaborate on that a lot. Maybe we're taking souls to other places, but again, we're consuming souls to maintain our own structure. And of course, this is not the ethos of the universe. Thank you, Randy. I was just trying to grab that. So these are massive changes, and it's going to come to each of us. He talked about creating 8 billion prophets on this planet, that we all have this ability to transmute and to travel. But he said, we're going to introduce systems to help you to understand this, because it's just not going to one place and back. He said you'd become a one-trick pony. But it's somehow creating a dimension and a direction for the soul to travel. And there was a lot in this workshop he's received. And when Mr. Keshe says I've released a lot of knowledge in the last several workshops, you can almost guarantee that the knowledge is quite deep. So these new systems about direction and dimension and learning how to work, it seems like through the soul of the physicality, to direct the soul of the man of where to go. But again, there's many aspects of this, and some have experienced it. I've selected a number of clips that we can go through, and Jalal, your clip will come up probably as the last one, where Mr. Keshe said if we can crack 2 sentences, this abolishing of emotions, and the emotion comes from our attachment. He said if you can crack those 2 sentences, you can crack the code of creation, or perhaps moving. I know Mr. Keshe is taking us step by step, just the way the foundation is moving into introducing this knowledge across the planet. I think he started in somewhere around 2000, 2001. went to world governments, explained to them he can show the people on this planet how to feed themselves and generate their energy very inexpensively. And of course, it was rebuffed. And Mr. Keshe has worked with the Belgians for a number of years. And again, trying to take the technology, not allowing it to come into the public domain. Mr. Keshe went to Italy, then to Africa. He's been spending time in China. I think he's there now. But this has been a whole process of trying to work with the governments, trying to work with the knowledge seekers, working with doctors, showing many, many things along the way. And now we're at the point where one of the largest governments on this planet has taken the bite of the apple, so to speak. And I think the nation of China will be instrumental in starting to deliver some of this technology through the BRICS and the other ways. And I think Mr. Keshe is actively working there at this moment, probably setting up some things in the lab. Of course, it'll be tightly monitored. Man has a habit of wanting to steal things and not really share it with the others or curb the technology, but they'll be kept on a short leash. And hopefully, if they hold up their end of the agreement, the Keshe Foundation will hold up their end. And we're going to see many, many, many technologies come out that man wasn't even aware of. So we're in a very exciting time. And we'll go into this debunking this ascension. Not that it's not real, but I think we're calling it transmutation and transportation. Christ showed it to us, and apparently the clergy took it and misled us. The same way they misled us about finding our own soul, and so on and so forth. Before we go to the clips, I thought we would just look at our World Peace Treaty. I don't know if anyone wants to read this. We want to get on the same page of peace, and especially getting the worst habit of all, Mr. Keshe, was the killing and destroying other entities to maintain our own structure. And we call this eating. And I'm experiencing a small taste of that where I'm just doing the intermittent fasting. And that means I'll feed between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m., but I'm still consuming matter state, but much less. And I think I feel better about it. I understand the process. It's only a very small step in a much bigger process, but we're learning so much more every week from the Keshe Foundation. The main thrust of the foundation, of course, is peace on this planet and peace within the inhabitants of this planet. And this is what we call our World Peace Treaty. This is the exact document, as I understand it, that the world leaders will sign, the religious leaders will sign, and many, many others will sign it. And it's not that the foundation is collecting these. This is between you and your soul when you decide to become more peaceful. And Mr. Keshe isn't talking about completely stopping eating. You can't just eat meat one day and then not eat anything the next day. It's a process. So we're all going through this process. And one of the gifts was this creating plasmatic water in your mouth to change the salinity and so on. But this is the worst addiction of all, is the killing and destroying other entities. And again, we won't be allowed in space if we want to eat our way through the Milky Way galaxy. So by signing this treaty, you sort of affirm or start the process or confirm the process that you've always had within you. And again, we're not collecting these. You can share this. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation website, print it out, hand it to others. But ultimately, it's between you and your soul. And if you don't know where your soul is, we can show you how to locate it within minutes. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? I'll read it. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, your body, and soul. Simply put your name, your signature, the date, position held, and again, on behalf of. Are you signing for your religion, your council, your territory, your nation, your town, or as an individual? Have it witnessed. And after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. As Mr. Keshe indicated on a number of occasions, the Creator appears in trillions of faces around the universe. So the Creator is in everything, and apparently we need to come into a more peaceful position. And of course, we just can't have people stop eating, as we said, as Mr. Keshe indicated. We have to provide technologies for you to replace that eating. And that's where we've experienced dining with the Creator. There will be a forthcoming application or an app available for anyone who would like to start and work on this journey of becoming peaceful within yourself, peaceful to other created beauties of the Creator. Any comments from anyone? And this is the store for our website where all the advanced technologies are offered, but they're not all available. Especially one of these here. But what we're doing is this offering is a monthly offering, and it's called Connecting with the Soul of the Creator, which is you. We always thought the Creator being somewhere out there, somewhere distant, separate from us. But our soul is built on top and above of the soul of the Creator. So, as we've heard, I made the man in the image of myself. And it's up to you to accept that, whether you're the Creator or you need an intermediary to teach you or to understand this knowledge. So these monthly sessions, the next one is coming up on the 26th of May. And of course, these sessions are helping the foundation perfect their plasmatic systems that are being delivered through headphone technology. Currently, we're using the standard headphones, but in the future, there'll probably be some sort of plasmatic headphones. They are offered in the store, which will carry the full field spectrum of the plasma. These two sessions coming up in May, on the 26th of May, and probably near the 26th of June. The first one will be Elevating the Soul of the Children, and that's on the 26th. Now, often we think of sexual abuse, which plays a huge role in this, but also there's child trafficking, there's organ harvesting, there's many abuses children are put through, even in an individual family, psychological abuse and the rest of it. So this is all about elevating the soul of the children. The following month will be elevating the soul of the abusers, who the children look up to. So this is a two-step process, but I think we'll start to make much success that the children can somehow remove themselves from these situations. And I know Mr. Keshe said that in the future he would teach the children how to transmute out of those situations completely. So this is the offer on the table right now. I think it's open until the 23rd, so we just have a couple more days, but if you sign in on the 24th, I think the foundation will accommodate you. And again, it's helping to develop the systems, but also at the same time, your soul may receive a gift, as we found out in the feeding sessions, where some people started to create this plasmatic water. We call it saliva, but Mr. Keshe referred to it as plasmatic water, where through our emotions, we could change the salinity of that plasmatic water and absorb different energies or more a wider spectrum of energies. And again, this is just a process we're learning to understand and learning to apply. One of the two other offers is growing teeth and maintaining a constant pH above 7. These aren't advertised as I understand it, but you can contact health@spaceshipinstitute.org. That'll put you in touch with the doctors, and then you can follow through your email the right way to proceed. Each one of those are $2,400, I believe. And again, you can help develop the system. So in the future, as the pH becomes elevated, the feeding, the rest of it, these systems are perfected, and you may receive a gift from it as well, especially the gift of learning how to give. And this is what we've been taught, just the opposite, to take care of yourself, take care of your family, and not worry too much about the others. They'll take care of themselves. But now we know through the ethos of the foundation that we're all part of this bigger family, and we're all, in a way, responsible for the others. So this is the offer from the Keshe Foundation. This program will continue at least till the end of the year. And Mr. Keshe said there will be some in other words, it just won't be this one on the 26th for the elevation of the soul of children. This will be a number of additional sessions without cost to you. This is something the Brazilian team had made. Book the virtual seat for your soul, elevating the soul of children. It's $250 plus the value added tax in Europe. In this May session, our focus is on reaching the soul of the man to stop the abuse of children on this planet. First, in elevating the soul of the children all over the planet who are abused, then they walk away from it, and then in elevating the soul of the abusers. So you can see it's a two-step process, but we couldn't ourselves take children out of this predicament, but we can add to the energies of their souls and allow them to find the strength to move away from this. And in conjunction, the following month will be to elevate the souls of the abusers. So you're all welcome to participate as you choose. Any thoughts or comments? It was funny, I know I found some old pH strips because I was just wondering about mine, but they had expired in 2018. It wasn't litmus paper, but it was the individual strips with a 2-color on it. And it did look like my pH was below 7. Exactly how far below, I couldn't really tell. I think these had expired. So I went to 2 stores yesterday, health food stores. The first one only had 1 roll left of litmus paper, and the second store had no pH testers for urine and saliva. So of course I went to Amazon and ordered it. But as one of our guests spoke earlier, that many people are aware of this issue of pH. Now the foundation is planning on holding that pH, and I think he said that the governments would also be allowed to observe this testing of the elevation of the pH and holding it. It's not only elevating it for 1 day or 2 days. And again, you may need to go back in and top up in some sort of way. I'm not exactly sure how it's being done, but it's part of the end of conditions that the low pH, let's say, creates. And he went into it a little bit about a big fear that we all have with the sea, and then of course the metastasizing of the sea. And they'll be doing some observations along with doctors. Obviously, we're the technology providers. We're not doctors, but the doctors will actually be doing the tests, as I understand it. So again, it's health@spaceshipinstitute.org. All welcome to participate. And to participate with the elevation of the soul of the children. So let's hear more about ascension if there's no one who wants to bring anything. And again, it's been mystified. I haven't been to church in must be 30 years. I realized long ago that I had, even before the Keshe Foundation, that I had already walked past that knowledge in so many ways. I didn't know how or why or for what reason, but it just did not ring true to me, as many others in this group and even outside this group have understood as we learn more and more, especially as we see with the clergy, with the children. And again, it's not only in Christianity, it's in other religions where a girl at 9 is considered an adult and can be married off. Isn't this sort of the same process in a way, hidden? So this is a very big problem on this planet, and hopefully we'll all start to help to address and start the beginning of the end of the situation of the abuse of children. But let's go into the ascension. And again, another understanding. Mr. Keshe has been talking about transmutation, transportation, and now he's explaining more, debunking part of it. But really, as he says, did Christ ascend or did he transmute? And of course, we all know he transmuted based on this, our understanding of this science and technology. And we all have that ability. So we're going to play a 15-minute clip, a 5-minute clip, a 7-minute. Then we're going to end up with Jalal's question, or part of Jalal's question to Mr. Keshe about cracking this code of creation with just understanding 2 sentences. And feel free to interrupt at any time if you'd like, or to add to the knowledge, or to share something.
See, even the ascension of a prophet has its own disputes. Man cannot agree on their own prophet. When the soul of the Christ ascended, but what does ascension mean? The first meaning of it came in the first few lines. If you go back to it, it says, today, when the soul of Christ, more or less, went to heaven. There's a very big question mark with the present knowledge and the technology we have, and understanding of the work of the soul, understanding the work of the universe. And that's the big question. Where is heaven? Is there a heaven? Or is the heaven is for all of us? When we die, we all ascend. When we die, we all have a soul which is freed from the shackles of physicality, and will take its position according to its strength somewhere in the universe, as it does. As a beginning, as a starter, maybe as a small planet, if it's gathered enough, that in the explosion of the time and space will create its own dominion in the first instant. So, first of all, does ascension has any more meaning in the knowledge that we have? Or do we all ascend at the point of separation? And the second point is the heaven. Where does this place is? Does it exist? Or is that freedom which is heavenly from the shackles of physicality? In so many ways, once we become knowledgeable in the knowledge of the creation, all of these rhetorics become meaningless. So when a man dies, where does his soul go? Heaven must be a very, very large place. And according to the other side, the hell must be bigger because we are all sinners. Or does it mean that the body of the man is separating from the soul of the man, allows the man to take position according to his conduct and what has gathered during the cycle of the life on this planet? how many lives have we consumed? And how many lives have we taken to add to it? Are we a collector of different souls of the seeds, the animals, the flowers, and everything else that during the lifespan on this planet we have collected? Now it comes to us to put facts, to understand the truth about ascension. And is it exclusivity of those who some try to promote, or is it collective conduct of the soul of the man after departure from the dimension of physicality of the man? Now that you know that you can travel, and you have the opportunity to travel from, let's say, New York to Tehran, to the dimension of envelope, the soul of the man, and leave the physicality within the soul, what do we call this? Is it ascension to Tehran? Or do we transmute to Tehran? Because the soul has traveled. Do we create a new terminology on the basis of the past false belief in religion say so? Does the ascension has any meaning with a new understanding of the creation? When you decide to travel to Mars and to another galaxy through the dimension of the interaction of the soul of the man, and you leave no physicality on this planet, have you ascended or have you transmuted? Would the mankind have access? Would the mankind develop a technology where it can detect the position and the place of the soul of the Christ where it's descended? Because when he ascends from the earth, has to descend somewhere else to find his position. Otherwise, it goes through the roof of the universe and the unicosmos. In this process, in this understanding, man now comes to understand one step further. But it's a point of ascension, as is belief. What happened to the spirit? Did the soul of Christ took the spirit of Christ too? What we call the soul of physicality. And what was the emotion? But one of the most interesting things for us during the test in the past year in enhancement unit has been people who came deliberately with a wish to be into contact or to have a sense of dimension and connection with Christ. Now we saw some of them so touched by going through the experience. Doesn't mean through the wish and fine-tuning they manage to connect to the strength field of the Christ, that does not matter where he was, which heaven he was, still an ordinary man could make contact. Still an ordinary woman going through the system with expansion of the fields of his body, what we call the soul, could feel his presence, as many said. As one explained to us the color of his hair, the color of his eyes, his shape, and it wasn't blue eyes. So, what do in this world of science of today call ascension? Or with the knowledge we have, ascension has become meaningless. Does the new knowledge puts a nail in a coffin of abuse of the religions by names in what I call massive misconduct? This is what many of you will come, and many of the mankind will come to analyze and understand that every single one of you has a choice of transmutation or ascension. What does the ascension mean in that process? What does the ascension bring in that process? Does it mean the one who ascends does not carry the soul of physicality and is the end of the cycle of life? That's what we understand, and that's what we need to understand. And how we explain this. The whole process, the whole understanding has been, was the ascension part of the process of taking the soul of physicality with it, or the spirit? Or is this understanding of the death of a man, termination of totality, separation from dimension of physicality of the man? There are special cases one can do this. One can separate the soul of physicality and live the physicality with it behind. In so many ways, if the body of Christ was not there when they went to look for him, did he transmute it? And if he did, this puts an end to the fallacy of ascension. Because he took the physicality with him, the way you do from New York to Tehran. Then could we, are there any remnants of his time from him that we can connect to, that we can get in access to, where his soul has ascended to, that we can connect with? This brings an end to a lot of fallacies and made up things 300, 400, 500 years ago for people to gain reputation or gain notoriety by creating something new. And then creating that special separation from, making up lies unbased, without any basis, new terminologies and conditions that get the others to accept because they could do so. And the ascension is part of the fallacies of the Christianity. The same is with what we call not finding him after 3 days. So many of you will not be found in New York, Beijing, Tehran, or wherever in the next few years as you become mastering the art of transmutation, and then you all become new prophets. This planet will have 8 billion new prophets, because you all can transmute and all can disappear the physicality and do it in a fake accident, and 3 days later do it, and then you all become new Christ. And then 40 days later, we ascend you. But God knows where the heaven is. Now you understand, science and technology puts an end to mysticism and fallacies of before, and what has been created to abuse the man. In one of our tests, when we have all our volunteers coming to lids, he can tell us where he's been, what it is, what he sees, and whatever. But the physicality is still left behind. But the soul can see the dimension of the physicality on this side. Has he ascended to us? Or has he transmuted to us? Or has he kept the body behind, but the soul moving around? So, with a new understanding and technology, new systems which are getting developed, you all have the possibility, you all have the knowledge and will gain the knowledge to disappear the third day. And wherever we find you, that'll be the new heaven. Would it be on the back streets of Bangkok or on the high streets of London shopping? Depends what is your taste and what is heaven to you.
Okay, so he's demystifying, debunking this whole idea that only a prophet could do such a thing. We all have the capabilities of doing it. We need to learn and we need to master it. But apparently, I'm just looking at a message. Please check the North American Telegram. Block them if you can. Sorry for that interruption. Ike, do you want to explain something about this if you're still with us? I'm not sure what you're referring to.
No. I think somebody just erased it. I'm not sure what that is. Somebody sent it. Who was that? Some mischief.
Oh, more mischief. Okay, well, we can expect that. And as Rick said, normally we just, as Mr. Keshe told Rick, the best process is to just ignore them. Okay, so it's a natural process, ascension. We can leave the physicality within the soul. And you can even meet the soul of Christ. Interesting, he said, and the eyes were not blue, as we've seen depicted in many places in many different situations. But again, I can't believe that the clergy has gone into such deep misdirection of the followers. Of course, if they told them you could ascend, then they'd want to know how to do it, and they may have to close the shop. So rather than that, explain to them that you know, this is only some special sort of thing that happens to prophets and things. You're not quite there yet. You're a sinner, and the rest of this now. So this is what
It would be
Mr. Keshe-
nice.
Yeah, say again, please.
It would be nice if Elias compiled all those extracts from Mr. Keshe regarding Christ, and then we can use that as a tool, because that will help our families, because there's a lot of misunderstanding and
No
lack of
question.
knowledge.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to determine which is the fake and which is the real. It's going to become even harder in the future with this AI. What you're seeing is it real, or was it created by a computer and it's really fake? But this is getting down to the heart of the matter, so to speak, that we all have this ability. And as he said, does this mean the end of life? Does this signal the end of life? Absolutely not. But we all thought it did. But now we're learning that we can move across the universe into different shapes and different forms and different positions. But we still have to learn it. And of course, then comes in this idea of direction, where you're going to steer the soul. Perhaps, as Mr. Keshe said, you're halfway to Mars and you want to go to Jupiter. You're going to have to change directions. But he said we're going to provide systems for this, new systems for direction and dimension. So again, many, many more new systems are going to come up. And it's system assist first until it becomes ingrained within your soul, within your understanding of what all this means. So I'm sure you're not going to go to a distant universe your first experience. You may go to the moon, or you may go to another position on this planet, mastering it here, and then feeling comfortable with it and going to another place. But here, you'll appear as the man. In the other places, you may appear as something you've never seen before. So that may take some getting used to as well. Feel free to
Mike,
make any comments. Yes.
can we come back when we transmute to some other location? Can we come back to be the same? Is it possible? Because that's what I have
think
not
it is.
heard from Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, I think it very much is. And I've heard him say you can change things as well in the transmutation. If you're not tall enough, or if you wanted blue eyes, you may reappear with the blue eyes. Or with the darker skin, yeah. So
Okay.
you can change things in this transmutation process, as I understand it. Now, if you go to the moon and you want to exist there as an entity, you're going to have to take the shape and dimension of that entity. If you want to go outside, let's say, a colony on the moon, where men exist within this colony. But Mr. Keshe was saying, if you go to the moon and you are there as a man, we really haven't done much. It's this idea of interacting with the creation and to experience some of these positions and places that may be unfamiliar to you. And this gives you a confidence. This is the aspect of eternal life we're gaining, that you can constantly play the dimension of energy against the dimension of physicality. If you'd like, you can stay in the energy dimension, or if you feel comfortable, you want to get to experience that. And there's probably many other reasons. As Mr. Keshe said, there's a reason you need to take the physicality with you, or the soul of physicality with you, to manifest, and the physicality too, as we understand now. But this is all coming step by step, slowly. Let's continue on for another 2 minutes. Anyone else want to add anything?
This comes to one point. This brings us to expansion on the knowledge of the transmutation and transportation. If we bring the position of transmutation on the field strength, if we bring you on the point of transmutation to one place and then you want to go to another, how do you direct the soul? Or how do you direct the soul of physicality? In the world of physicality, if we are going straight, we can stop, turn left, we can stop and reverse back, or we can jump up and jump down and change direction and position. How do we do this with the soul of the man? How do we move and hover and enjoy the position, or enjoy view in different direction or dimension within the soul of the man? I would like to go to the left. I would like to go to the right. I would like to have the full awareness of the 360 degrees all the time. How do you do that?
Okay, you'll have to listen to the rest of that clip, which started at about 36 minutes, to hear the rest of that. But there are some things, obviously, we need to know about direction of the soul of the man. And further on, he seems to confirm that it's one of the ways it's done is through the soul of physicality and the interaction. He talked about emotions, he talked about absorption, He talked about strength and he talked about position. So there's a few little extras that we're going to have to master, I think. But once we do it, we'll never forget it. I think people are going to be so happy that they can move about freely without passports, without borders, and the nations will not be able to control this. And so that's why we'll end up with the one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. You can basically choose your map location. You want to live in Beijing and work in New York? No problem. You'll be there in 10 seconds, 20 seconds, whatever it will take. So this is the freedom of understanding, and then I'm sure we'll expand it out into the universe. Maybe initially some people will go on long excursions, some will go on short ones. And as Mr. Keshe said in the last workshop, tourism is the future of this knowledge, at least at this point in time. Let's move this up for another 5-minute clip if we can. We're just trying to sort of give a general overview here through Mr. Keshe of what he's actually trying to convey to us. But again, demystifying this ascension. We're calling it transmutation and transportation. So we've sort of taken, and again, it's been ingrained in us for many, many years, and especially devout followers will have maybe a little bit of trouble. But once they experience it or experience an aspect of it, I think they'll start to question, as he said, their own integrity of the knowledge they're carrying. So let's go to our next clip. Anyone, again, want to make a comment or add to the knowledge or share something? Okay. We continue.
What is the method of change of position and direction in the dimension of the soul? How do we choose? And how can we dictate the change of direction? Can be done internally, or can be done externally, or can be done through the emotion of the fields of the soul of the man in interaction with the soul of physicality. As the emotion says, I miss the father who's in another universe or another galaxy. What is the method? What would us will come to understand to do? You're in a dimension of the soul, in the dimension of transmutation, and then suddenly decide to go from New York to Tehran, we go to New York to Paris because there's a nice show in Paris or a cousin has stand up there, I want to be there. In the process of transmutation, you have a tool within the soul of the man, which is part of the structure of the man. Change of strength through the emotion of the soul of physicality and the soul of man in the direction of the motion will create new direction. What does this mean? Man has more control over the soul of physicality than the soul itself, as the soul has a dimension of the strength that the man, some will be able to master. But mainly through the change in the strength and dimension of the motion of the soul of physicality, you dictate the new direction in the dimension of the transmutation and the direction of the motion. In world of physics, you turn the wheel of the car the right way. In the world of transmutation, you change the field strength given and taken in respect to the soul of the man through the creation of the field strength separation and position from the soul. Very much is like the brain of the man, how far you are from the soul of the man in comparison to the soul of physicality creates the emotion of the joy, happiness, and the rest of it. So man has to master the change of direction. How you achieve it for the soul of the man. Otherwise, you're a one-track pony, can only go from Earth to Mars, and that's it. Till you learn something, somebody teaches you, another strength will take you to planet Zeus, or you can go to another galaxy. But I do not know how to get there unless I come back to Earth, put the new strength up in the soul, and that will take me to the new position. So you keep on going back and forth every time you want to go somewhere to Earth. The change of position in the direction of the motion of the soul of the man is done by the strength, position, absorption, and the emotion which is created between the field of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man. In the way the inner soul becomes the dictator of the direction of the motion. And that is only created by the strength of the emotion and the filtering between the two. If you remember, I explained in some of the teachings in the recent past that when we want to send you to the moon, we just don't put you there and tune you to the moon. We deliver in advance in a different way, maybe part of the strength of your soul, that the direction and the dimension has cleared for the soul where to go to. With this method, you can control the dimension of the interaction attraction. But this cannot be done with all cases. What happens if you want to go to the back of the moon and the front you can see? So in a coming time, as we teach more, we show you dimensional directional systems which dictates, which teaches you how to control the strength of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man and creation of the emotion between the two that leads to transmutation or ascension of the soul of physicality of the man to the dimension, new place and position, even though you might call it heaven. The heaven in the dimension of the talk of the man is where the soul is happy to exist and serve. We don't have a corridors of the power which ends up in the what we call the Oval Office or a Red Room or the heaven. The heaven in the language of creation is where the soul of the man feels best to serve the rest.
So now you know where heaven is. It sounds like there's a lot of heavens out there. And Ike, I think he may have addressed your question about coming back and leaving again. You're that one trick pony if you have to come back and sort of start from the beginning. Interesting, we all have this tool within the soul to change the field strength. And that's, again, working. He said we had more control over the soul of physicality than we do over the soul, but we're still going to work through it because the soul determines it seems like the motion and direction, but the soul of physicality helps to create this emotion. This is where, again, it may be a very subtle emotion because in the end, the last clip we're going to listen to, he talks about abolishing emotions. So there's still much more to learn. But as he said, we're going to show you directional and dimensional systems, which dictates, which teaches you and leads to transmutation. So there's still more we have to learn. This is sort of like the classes before you go out mountain climbing. We're taking a few classes here, and we're just sort of pre-setting the stage in a way to bring this into your understanding that yes, you can do it. We all have the ability to do it. We're all going to become prophets, and takes the mysticism out of this. Anyone else? While I move to the next clip. Now, this is a question from one of the knowledge seekers, Brett, and he's asking about releasing new reactors within the foundation. But Mr. Keshe is indicating here at this point in time, next week it might be different, but this technology is not going to be released in the public domain, that you'll be able to create a feeding system or a transmutation system, but you're going to be allowed to sign up for the app or download the app. I think this is the way it's going to come, but he said that we need to keep this centralized within the Keshe Foundation to avoid the abuse and to maintain control of the technology. I know Randy was just sharing something didn't make it through a certain border at a certain point, I guess on multiple attempts. So we're going to centralize it, and it's going to be delivered plasmatically, as he said many times in disasters or whatever, for feeding, for medicine. You just call them, try to get in touch and say, get the app, or get the app before many of these things start to happen or happen. They usually happen in an instant, and then you could be left unprepared. But this is going to be shown, but the technology is not going to be given in public, meaning we show you what we do, but we don't teach you how to do it or how to physically make the system. This is my understanding. Anyone else? Because of the abuse. I know he talked about this with the creating water systems, and that was his biggest fear, he said, I think, or apprehension, that if he released this in public, people would be creating water in the wrong places, which would throw off certain balances and other balances. So I think it's all going to be kept within the structure and centralized within the structure of the foundation. And he said, it's fine. It's all been taught. You're willing, you can make any of these systems because all the knowledge is there in the patents, in the books, in the workshops, in the private studies, and so on. But it just seems a little bit difficult for us at this point to really fully understand how to produce it. And personally, I think there's sort of a block on the knowledge, and in a way, that it can only be developed in a certain area through certain people at certain times. We're all encouraged to play. And Mr. Keshe congratulates you when you've created certain things and works with you perhaps privately. But a lot of people have put in a lot of effort and they've learned a lot, but they haven't created a really thorough system. Even Mr. Keshe said we're still perfecting our system. But they'll be available to everyone to use, to share. Let's go to another short clip, and feel free to come in anytime if you want to add to the knowledge or share what you think you understand about it. Okay, let's perhaps start here. This is just, again, a very short clip. And it's about the books. It's about the pH.
Everyone,
a little bit.
are we ready to raise the body pH? Well, he says to 7. We can do that?
Yes, we have done, and we are maintaining. Our doctors are doing it for past few weeks. Yes. This is the trial which was announced last week. A lot of people look for 7+, especially if they have specific conditions. And after a while, yes, it can be done, and we developed this technology to do so.
Okay, a question from Claudia. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Your books number 4 through 9, will they be published for humanity?
When I get the chance, yes. When I get the chance. So 4 and 5 are fully written. 6 is half done. 4 was completed before we leave Belgium in 2013. I gave the book to Director Lessons because he had the habit of reading in the book 3-4 times, coming up with understanding of the ideas and what needs to be drawn. And we went through it a couple of times, and as I knew we were going for exile out of Belgium, I went to him and I asked him for the book and all the files he ever had on Keshe Foundation on 2 terabytes of hard disk, and I sat there with him and we wiped out book number 4 that will never come in public.
Did he say book 4 would never come in public? We wiped it out? I thought in previous places he did say they would be released in the future, but there's more than enough to unravel in book 1, 2, and 3. The creation of matters, the structure of light, and the creation of the universe. So yes.
It was there and then with when he was in Belgium.
Okay. So perhaps we will see more books. I think for sure we will.
Yes, well, he said he's going to have a total of 9 of them. We just haven't got to be impatient.
Right, right. Well, that's like I said, there's enough in book 1, 2, and 3 to keep you busy for a number of years, I would think. And again, as he said in this workshop, he said that you don't really understand what I'm saying in certain instances, but if you go back in 10 years and listen to this workshop, by the knowledge we give you in between now and 10 years from now, you'll understand exactly, he said, what I'm saying here. And isn't this the way it seems to work with all the knowledges, the books, the private teachings, and the workshops? The more we understand and we go back and review, the words seem to hit us, or we come to a slightly different understanding of what we thought we understood. Isn't this the process that's going on? So he said in this workshop, yes, you'll come back in 10 years, you'll understand what I'm saying, because I'm going to give you knowledge in between that's going to make it clear to you what I actually said. And as I've indicated many times, he speaks with a lot of doubletant, which is multiple, and probably some hidden meanings as well. And of course, he's teaching through the soul. And even the universal community, he's teaching for those who hear the soul of Mr. Keshe. So again, a lot to... Now let's go to our final clip for today. And this is the one where Jalal has brought up a question to Mr. Keshe. We're going to start at about 202 hours and 48 minutes. I know Jalal is here. I'm sure you've thought about this question, Jalal. I think you're here. You were here. Is there anything before we play the clip you'd like to share? I thank you for opening this up. But again, he talks about the emotions. You're still needing some sort of emotions, but with a clear, or without any sort of a clear transparency between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. This is what we're trying to achieve. But anything you'd like to share, Jalal, before we go to that clip? No mic. Okay, let's see if I can help with that. Now, what, the creator doesn't want you talking? Oh, yes, you have a mic. or maybe he can't come to the mic right now. No problem. Let's play this clip, and anyone can add to the knowledge afterward, but we thank Jalal for opening this up. And also, you know, you look at the background on this workshop, the 486, this was created in the reactor group, and the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group is Wednesday, 7 a.m. CEST time. And we were playing around with the AI. I think Rick had Dolly pulled up, actually. I thought of a lamb Dolly. But anyway, Jalal suggested, why don't we create a background for the workshop? And it just seemed to fit in quite nicely. We've seen a number of UFOs sort of shaped this way with a little bit of a curl and a bow on the bottom of it. Just take the picture of the man and the woman out of there, and in a way that does look like a UFO. And this is what was created from Jalal's suggestion and a few other comments that we added to it. But here an important question that Jalal raised, and Mr. Keshe shared a secret with all of us.
Jalal here. Go ahead, Jalal.
Yes, thank you, Rick. Do you hear me? Okay.
Yes, yes. Hi,
Yes.
Jalal.
Hi, Mr. Keshe. Good day.
I was wondering where you are.
Oh, I am always in the background. But I did want to be the good who ask the questions.
Okay.
Okay. Yesterday in the private soul teaching, we came through an ancient teaching of yours. It's a
My God,
segment.
how I already become ancient.
Yeah, through this knowledge, what you are bringing, Mr. Keshe, every second this ancient to the other. We came across 15 minutes of your teaching, and we tried really to understand it, the manifestation of the physicality, and when it can be, in a way, disappear as a physical term. There is a process and there is a condition of it. And I think what you taught today about Jesus Christ, it's similar, exactly what we learned yesterday, that you can be transparent, you can be vanished from the scene if you go to the other section of your power. You don't need to be manifest in physicality. Only if you go to a balance field with the environment, then you will not have this what we call light, or what we call fractions. Is it in reality this is what real happened?
What you mean by that?
When they came to Jesus Christ, they didn't see him. He was vanished from the scene. So he chose not to interact with the environment.
I have tried to explain this in detail a few times. I've had battles. I remember in a meeting with people from Vatican years ago, this discussion was brought out. It's not invisible when now we understand how we transmute. Is not being balanced with the environment. You can actually not be there. Or if you choose to be there, but not to be seen. And the knowledge of it was available to Christ. It came available to him when he was on the cross. It wasn't a knowledge beforehand. If they put me on the cross, I know how to vanish. It was a given knowledge at the point in time. that knowledge sits within the soul of the Creator. We always have an escape route. As teachers, we know we always have escape route. Is one of the what I call pre-contract requisites that we choose the time, the place, and we don't sign with a pen. We sign with a pen of the soul. How do I get out of this? Is there, and he became aware of the knowledge he could do this on the cross. He managed to add up 1 and 1 to make 2. It wasn't something planned by Christ, I'm going to do this. He moved the soul that the physicality does not feel the pain on the cross. Emotional pain. He did not disappear, he did not. He was there all the time. He was aware of what was going on. Carry on.
In the same teaching, you brought up when some of the humans in accident time, they will come out of the accident, nothing happened to them, absolutely nothing, no injuries, no nothing. And the other race, let's say you brought up like airplane crash, and you see someone come out of it well. What happened in that time? You explain it really very well by using his energy without knowing, because he was in a different condition.
I don't understand what you're trying to tell me, Jella.
I mean, if we use our emotion in the strength, in the level towards the soul level, now the physicality.
I teach you something. If you understand it, you have cracked the code, as we say.
Okay, let me. I am all ears. Okay.
All ears. Okay. You sit comfortably, close your eyes, open your ears, take all the wax out, put your leg up, get a cup of coffee, and listen very carefully.
Okay.
The secret to expansion of the soul is abolishing the emotion. Which emotion itself comes from attachment. If you understood the last 2 sentences, you have found the key to the secret of creation. If you abolish the emotion, you find the key to transmutation. You find the key even to create the strength, to be at the strength of the Creator, to be able to feel Him. The biggest barrier for man is his emotion.
Okay, so a little bit cryptic there. First, we need the emotion, and now the biggest obstacle to the man is his emotions. But perhaps we need to understand it a little bit deeper. I'm sure Mr. Keshe is not trying to confuse us, but it's just our lack of knowledge to really understand what he's saying. There's probably some very fine points, but anyway, if you can crack those two sentences, abolish emotion and emotion comes from attachment, if you understand that, you've cracked the code of creation, he said. Any comments from anyone? Azar, I think that if you're still here, okay, I think she's gone. Okay, great. No problem. She was going to handle a little problem we had, but that's been settled, I think, before she came in. Okay, Jalal, you'd like to open the teaching. If you can do it in about 10 minutes, we're going to go to the Dome of Peace, but please share what you'd like to share about this or your understanding. Go right ahead. Jalal, let's see if you're still here. Yes, and you do have a microphone. Why are you saying you have no mic when I see a mic? Okay, I can't do anything because you already have a mic. No problem. Okay, perhaps you'll open it up in the spaceship class you're conducting and understand it more, but I think it's going to take a bit more time before we completely understand it, and hopefully in the future we'll see, as Mr. Keshe said, as we add more knowledge in between now and then, now we understand what he's actually trying to convey. But we're all working towards there, but there's still a few things we have to learn and be taught and experience, I think. Anyone else?
So, Mark, Jalal is asking us to stop and open the teaching. So we can just discuss it a little bit, maybe? I'm not sure if that's what he means.
Sure.
Mike, one question would be the attachment. What kind of attachment?
Well, he's always talking to us about detaching. Not that you take off all your clothes and give them to the poor, but detaching from the idea, I believe, of possession. Mr. Keshe lives a very comfortable life. He has everything he needs, but he's not attached to it. He can walk away from it. It's not a big problem for Mr. Keshe, but a lot of us are attached to our physical thrones in the physical dimension, our houses, attached to cars, attached to many things. All the addictions Mr. Keshe had mentioned, again, the addiction to killing, the addiction to gambling, sex, what have you, alcoholism, drugs, and the rest of it. So yeah, there are many things we become attached to out of our habits and things, but we can learn how to break through with this abolishment of emotion. And I'm not sure, because earlier he said there's a strength of an emotion, an absorption, a position, and a strength, I think he said, in reference of the soul of the man. So if anyone would like to explain it or explain their understanding of it, I just have a meager, very meager understanding of this knowledge. But
when we embrace our soul, let's just say the soul of man, okay, and we embrace our soul of physicality, what happens to the emotion? Everything is still working between the two?
Well, you have to operate your reactor. I have to operate my reactor.
But the thing is, we have to have motion. If if everything stops, it's kind of finished. So we have to have a dynamic exchange. And that is that not automatically emotion? But he mentioned joy and something else. So it's different.
Apparently, the soul creates this position and direction and motion, but the soul of physicality creates the change in that position, or by its strength, by its emotion, can change the position. This is the tool, Mr. Keshe is saying, that's built within the soul of the man to change the emotion of the physicality. That we can control more of our soul of physicality than we can control the soul of the man per se, even though some people, he said, will master this control of the soul in the direction or dimension. So again, I think as he shows us these systems, this directional and dimensional systems, it will help us understand more. Perhaps it's very subtle, or perhaps it's very strong.
If you
I
look at
haven't
this,
been able to do it outside of the reactor group, that one instance. I know he said you need a plasma generator to create this expansion, but we're learning. But it was nice to have a small taste of it.
what if we look at the spiral of, in other words, the point is the potential for everything, and then it expands out and becomes slower and slower. And off of the, let's say, the highway of communication, our C14, we have other roads, side roads, all kinds of things. So with different strength. And all of the information is within us. That's my understanding. I don't know. But anyway, that's what I thought, because we are a part of the creator, and that means we have every destination is within us.
No question. We just need to tap into it.
And we have to use our energy levels, which could be emotions of joy, or however we
There's a few
describe it.
secrets. I think it's not only the abolishment of emotions, but there's more to it. I think there's more fine details or something that's going to happen where we learn a little bit more of how to master it. Once it's been done once, I think you'll probably have it. But there haven't been many to achieve this position on this planet. Even though we do it every night when we dream, we're talking about, we don't call it a dream, we call it traveling. It's been, again, misnamed, but we're doing it, but now we want to be able to do it and direct it consciously, where we're fully aware of what's going on. We know the soul expands during the day or mostly at night, and but you can have daydreams as well. But now we want to get this working relationship where we can tell the driver, hey, I don't want to go there. I want to go over here. I'm going to change locations. I told you to take me to the beach, but now I want to go to the supermarket, or I want to go somewhere else to see my cousin. So
this would be something good for Alex to jump into.
Yes, I don't know what he has planned for today. Anyone else want to bring up this point, or how it works, if you understand it or think you understand it? And again, Mr. Keshe says we hear things being discussed and teaching and so on, but we don't interfere. We just play along with it, because in the future, he knows we'll all understand more. Jalal found a mic. Go ahead, please. Your mic is open. Turn your volume up, perhaps. Go out and come back in. Okay, the mic is open. I don't see it moving, so I don't think it's connected, Jalal, if you're speaking. Anyone else? In the meantime, till Jalal positions himself.
I have
Randy,
something to share,
Yes.
Mark.
feel free.
I was, how can I put this? I was present when a person passed over, and then they came back. And when they came back, they asked us one specific thing. Please do not cry when I leave this final time. Save your emotional crying for when you get home. Because if you cry now, you're going to trap me here and I won't be released. I can't leave. So please cry at home and let me leave in peace. Thank you. And then the person left again. So that was quite amazing.
Oh,
At
I
the
think
same
we're going to
time,
be finding a lot of amazing things, or things
that's
we
right.
thought were correct that it didn't really work that way.
At the same time, she requested the doctors to let us walk the body to the morgue so we could say our final goodbyes. So that was quite an experience, something you will never forget.
What do you mean walk it? You mean push it on a cart?
Yeah, we'll take the body on the bed. You know, they take once the doctors do all their thing after a death,
Yeah.
they take the body to the morgue. She didn't want the doctors to take her body to the morgue. She wanted her husband and I to take her to the morgue. And they allowed it.
Right. And what Mr. Keshe was sharing with us in one of the papers from earlier on about, we're responsible for the 3 souls that we also have to take the physicality with us. And apparently some monks, and maybe you've heard of this, Randy, where they, even after they pass, their body just sort of shrivels up into a point of light and they disappear.
Yeah, that's happened in Thailand. There's a quite a famous one where he just decided to pass and leave his body. They're intact and it's encased in glass. The body's fully intact.
Yeah, so it's not that it hasn't been discovered, but it's obviously not been popularized or known, or people have thought it's only for profits, or, you know, certain
Yeah, I
people
think
in
this is what it
certain
is. It's
religions,
only
and this
for
blocks us.
exactly.
This totally blocks us because we already started with, we can't do it because we're not a prophet. And if you say you can, you can. And if you say you can, you can't. You're setting those preconditions. So now Mr. Keshe is saying we all can do this. All 8 billion of you have this capability. And I'm sure the religions have not wanted this out, just like they didn't want out the understanding of how to find the position of your soul. Where is it located within you? We always thought it was out there somewhere in another place, in another position. And now we're realizing that we're the creator, that the soul is within us, the soul of physicality, the soul of the creator, the physicality, and so on. So he's taking us slowly down this path. He said there's much more to learn to master this. And I think a couple workshops ago, he said to become a master, it takes you a long, long time, but it looks like the process is speeding up. Anyone else before we go to the Dome of Peace? Jalal, your mic is still open. I hope you haven't been teaching the whole time. I don't think you have. But if you do get it to work, we'd be happy to hear from you. So let's go to the creation of the Dome of Peace, using our physicality, using the energies of our soul. And the first part of this is spreading the Gans waters. And we'll just go right into this. We're Alex, how are you faring over there? Fair? All right. Faring, okay. So let's hear and we can all participate in this. Again, let's see if we could just bring this up for a moment. these are daily intentions, which is part of the second step of creating the peace stone. The first step is where we use the GANS waters and release them into the environment to elevate the soul of the planet, and it's something for our physicality to do. The second step is where we give from our soul, the energies of our soul collectively, and we work through the dimension the same way Mr. Keshe is working through this dimension of plasma, through the headphones and so on. Although our recipients are not wearing perhaps any headphones, we're communicating directly with the soul. So every day at 21 p.m. CET, which is 9 p.m. our time or your time, wherever, well, it may be different in your time, depending on if you're ahead of Central European time or behind it, but the 9 p.m. CET time is when all the souls gather, not in a Telegram, not in a Zoom, but just on the energy level. And the Universal Council, it's an invitation, invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. And of course, we know the Brazilian team is doing this every day with, in a way, daily intentions. And again, on, is it Wednesday, for the elevation of the world leaders. And this is a process Mr. Keshe says will continue, and there'll be more added to their team as we move along. And that's at 6 p.m. CEST on Wednesdays. So you can join them in the YouTube channel, or is it the Telegram channel? But anyway, you can find this in the Brazil teachings and their websites. But feel free to join them. You don't have to speak Portuguese or be Brazilian. As we know, there's this is an organization without a religious connotation, without a racial connotation or anything like that. It's a space-based organization. So it doesn't matter your wealth, your religion, the amount of knowledge you carry, or whatever. All the souls are equal in the Keshe Foundation, even to be equal with the Creator. So just wanted to share that you can participate in this process daily until we reach, the elevation of the soul of this planet. So let's go to our first part. Again, this is the spreading of the GANS waters.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, we'll go to the second part of this in a moment. I just want to share with you what Gianni had shared with me. And this is the Universal Plasma Community Romania invites you to the first edition of the Festival of Giving. And that's what we're doing here in the second step. We're giving from our souls, not so much with the physicality as we are doing in the first step. The principle of free positioning can be applied in everyday life, in the organization of events, such as workshops or festivals. The Gift Festival. This principle involves giving participants permission to choose their own experiences and ways of interacting with the event. while organizers create a balanced, safe, and respectful environment. This is not the actual one I wanted to read. Okay, here it is. The dynamics of gifting. The dynamics of gifting. Principles. 1. Provision. This principle involves the idea that anyone can offer what they have or can give without expecting anything in return. This principle is based on the idea that when we open ourselves up to giving, we create a space of giving in which others can also offer in return, leading to an authentic and fair exchange. 2. Free positioning. This principle refers to the freedom to choose to receive or pass on what is offered. It is important to be clear that there is no pressure on the recipient, and the decision to accept or decline an offer is entirely up to them. This allows people to receive what they need and want and feel comfortable in doing so without feeling obligated to receive or offer something in return. 3. Free sharing. This principle refers to the idea that the gifts, knowledge, skills, talents that we offer are valuable and need to be shared with others. It is important to freely share what we have and to help each other openly and sincerely. This can lead to the development of relationships based on trust, collaboration, and mutual respect, and can contribute to creating an elevated community society. Manifestation of human being where access to resources is open to all beings. These principles of gifting dynamics are interconnected and complement each other, and following them can bring personal fulfillment and elevation of consciousness society, the manifestation of the human being. Thank you. And thank you, Gianni. So I thought I'd just mix that in with the second step before we go there. And this is what we're doing with our souls, is giving from our souls. And this is the one thing we can give that's not stolen, as I understand it. In just a moment, I'm just changing a couple things here. Okay, let's play the second step. Mr. Keshe said he'd handle the physicality end. Now it was for us to practice this expansion and giving from the soul, which again is not a concept that we've been taught from the beginning. We've been taught to take, or we're naturally takers. Now we're going to reverse that into the giving. And in this giving, you become more elevated, as I understand it. Not that you're looking for that. Whenever you expect something in return, you've sort of short-circuited the process. So we're just openly giving unconditionally. And let's hear Shweta read this. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls. As we have already going through this with the two eyes. And we ask you to spread the waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MD Keshe. Thank you.
And again, you don't have to wait for Wednesday at 6 p.m. CET, or you don't have to wait for 9 p.m. CEST to join with the others. You can do it anytime you'd like. As Mr. Keshe indicated, if you see an image of Putin, or it comes into your mind, or perhaps the Pope or one of the other world leaders, he said, give to them. Just take that 1 second or 2 seconds and give to them. He said they need it more than anyone. So now let's just take 5 minutes if we can. And as we're all gathered here in inner calmness and a peaceful purpose, let's give from the fields of our soul to bring this process about, this elevation of the soul of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace, not only in Vienna, but we're also working for peace, aren't we? The soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. As Mr. Keshe indicated, there'll be no punishment. It'll be the elevation of the soul to change its position, not the lock someone up in a cage or do something to them because of all the things that they did or were judging them in the physicality. So it's not going to work that way for any of the world leaders. They're going to go through an elevation process. And if they do something to themselves, that's on them, as I understand it. But hopefully they join the family, as Mr. Keshe has even opened up the entire nation of Belgium to come back into the structure of the Keshe Foundation. So let's just take 5 minutes and use the energies of our soul. This is practice for us to start to work more effectively on this energy level, rather than rolling up our sleeves and try to do something in the physicality to change a position. Much easier to work this way. Thank you all. We'll start now. And thank you all for your continuation in this process and your expansion in this process. And this is the way the Universal Council is learning to work. And this is the way Mr. Keshe works. He says 90% of the time is through the soul. So thank you all, and please continue these energies. This dimension is a much easier way to create the change that's needed, rather than using, even though we would think, any reasonable person would think you'd have more of a chance by using your physicality to try to change things than using your energies or your wishes or your ability to give to others. But that's not the way it works. The powerful end is through the energies, and collectively, we're a beautiful bouquet to accomplish this. Everyone has unique fields that no one else has, that I can't replicate, that only you can present. So thank you all. And as I said, continue and expand the process to not just once a week, but to all the time. I think we're ready to go to our teaching today. Jalal, your mic is still open. Hopefully you can come in at some point in time. But Alex, I assume you're ready to begin. Zoom, zoom. Let us play the disclaimer. And I think Alex will join us shortly.
Yes, please.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And we want to welcome Alex for his beautiful teaching, his beautiful sharing, and explaining to us things we may not have considered, or we considered and perhaps didn't understand it in a certain way, but he's opening up many different dimensions for us, and we do welcome you, Alex. Please come in and share as you'd like.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you all for attending today. This is the North American team meeting, and I really appreciate it. As you know, the strength of this meeting crosses the oceans and brings in all the continents. That's what makes this meeting so strong. So I really want to thank all the knowledge seekers who are attending today and making this such a powerful event. I'm trying to convey the knowledge of Keshe and the modern plasma science, because we're all messengers of peace, friendship, and health. And as we say, it's for all nations of the world. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are on the advanced outer space level. Today, I'd like to talk about violations. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is May 21st, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we are now completing the outer space series, and this is the advanced portion. And so I hope you enjoy the journey. You don't have to fasten your seatbelts. Just have to be comfortable and to come to grips with the fact that these violations play an important part in our lives. And so we've gone from teaching, understanding, knowing insights, earth space, inner space, and now we're trying to get into outer space. And we'll see how these violations are holding us back from these advancements, because we're still a dilemma man. And we come to the understanding that there's no such thing as an immoral soul, but there is an immoral man. And so this immoral man is actually a disconnected soul. And so we find that with the PM-TIC matter-gen condition, there's a lack of communication. There's a barrier, and we can't jump it because the soul is disconnected. But what we have to remember is that this is an individual decision. So that condition can be isolated, and that condition can be changed. So we have to be gracious enough to allow that to happen. And yet at the same time, there has to be a motivation to bring it to bear. And so how do we do that? So this is part of our search for outer space, because it's a critical point. The desperate search for outer space is due to these violations. And the violation is of our little tiny pie in the sky. In fact, it's so tiny, it's a little red dot in the bottom right-hand corner. And you see the rest of the universe and the relationship. And how do we get from here to there? And so one of those ways is with the light. And we can create light in many different ways. And when we speak of light, we can speak of it in many different ways. And so the structure of light, as outlined in book number 2, explains this. And what we're trying to do is explain this energy and understand its limitations and how we can transcend its limitations. So the most important thing, of course, is we don't want any of these problems in our backyard. So we call it the NIMBY syndrome, not in my backyard, because you see, we just always dream of these simply irresistible bigger pies. And the problem with that, of course, it's just still a piece of the whole pie. It doesn't matter how big it is, we only want this piece. But what happens if we find that piece to be violated? Well, let's just see if we can get another pie. But what happens if we find that this pie, which happens to be our Earth space, is completely violated? Which pie did you want? And if you find that no pie is acceptable, then if we're looking at our Earth space as an Earth ship, is the time for a new alternative? Is the alternative to abandon the ship? And the answer is no. Contrary to popular violations. Because you see, there are many of humanity's domains. And so obviously the most important domain for each and every one of us is our man space, right? That's very personal. But the existence of man space here really depends on Earth space. And so as long as my backyard is okay, my Earth space is okay. Is that how that works? But really and truly, if the governing agency and the enforcement agency is violated and infiltrated, then that domain of man space and Earth space extends to inner space. And we share this inner space. Man space shares the inner space with Earth space. And yet we want to go into outer space. How can we go into outer space when we don't take care of our place? This is the dilemma, man. And so I don't want to list all the violations, just to give you a general understanding. So our man space can be violated with bullets and hand grenades. And so we find that Earth space can be violated with mining and tunneling. But the inner space is kind of different. It can be violated with terrorism and mind control. So how do we violate outer space? It's by extending these delinquencies to include murder and suicide, both of which are violations of universal law. And so although man-made law maybe is having trouble with the violations of our inner space, we can't violate the universal law if we intend to go into outer space. That's a fact. And so wherever there's a violation, of course, there's a violator. Who is this violator? So we like to pass the buck, don't we? We like to blame someone else. Say, well, there's a perpetrator, or there's an instigator, or an agitator, or a provocateur, or flat out murderer. And so there's a wronging, if you will. There's a violation of some place, some person, some family, some country. And we can measure this violation however we want. And so we're not going to list all the violations, and we're not going to list all the violators. The point is that there is a creation of another violator, and that's the revenge seeker. So, which is to say, if I were a soldier and I were to kill an enemy, the son of that soldier that was killed would seek revenge. And the problem, of course, is that I would be the target. And then the problem with that, of course, is that my son would likewise want to seek revenge. And so he can't seek revenge on your father, so he has to seek revenge on the son. And so it continues. And this becomes a physical condition that is dependent on an emotional feedback. And so we say, well, emotional feedback is non-tangible. It's non-tangible, but it sure is forceful. It's forceful enough to create revenge seekers of all kinds. And so is the aggrieved son the only revenge seeker? Or do you see where it's possible for a revenge seeker to be just someone who is violated, maybe not in such a dramatic fashion? Oh, you stepped on my toe, I will kick you. There, that's a revenge seeker. So we have to look at what is the purpose of the revenge seeker, because basically someone was wronged. And so the revenge seeker wants to seek revenge to right the wrong. And so we say, okay, well, two wrongs make a right. Well, is that true? Or do two wrongs make two wrongs? And so the revenge continues. But the effect really, and the connection really, is through this family of emotions. So each of us has this emotion of man, and this emotion of physicality, and this emotion of presence. And with respect to man space's point of view, it determines our emotion of position, and from there our emotion of vision. And so really these are all feedback points of view. And when we look at the emotion of knowledge, we find that that's a soul space point of view, which means that emotion of knowledge is carried and comes to you prior to having any revenge emotion, because it comes prior to any violation. Unless you consider being born a violation, some parents think your birth is a violation. But the thing is that your birth is a fulfillment of your obligation, your deal, the organization that you made in advance, embedded in the emotion of knowledge, manifesting yourself in physicality. And so we mistake this for the emotion of love. And maybe the glint in daddy's eye was the emotion of love. Or maybe the glint in daddy's eye was the emotion of violation. Is it possible that the glint in mommy's eye was an emotion of violation also? Women tend to get a pass on this. The harshness always falls on the man. But the statistics say otherwise. The statistics say that 55% of the women create the violation and 45% the men. So we have to define manifestation. We see that all plasma feeding leads to this manifestation. And this manifestation is dependent on two fields coming together. When two fields come together, they form another. And any formation of any field is a manifestation. And so in that process, that manifestation may be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. So therefore, there's a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. And as we try and navigate between the here and the there, wherever we are, that's it. That's where we are. And so that is a manifestation of the emotion of presence. because that's a form artifact of energy and motion at that manifestation point. And so there you are. And so when someone gives you that glorious 35 seconds of attention and say, tell me what plasma science is all about. And you say, well, how can I convey over 6,000 hours of teaching in our archives and just simply say, you know what, there's plasma is a kind of energy state, and there are many different kinds of energy state. It all depends on your point of view. And when you do understand this, it helps you in understanding our Earth space. And when you understand that, that leads you to how you find your inner space. And it's from there that you can begin searching for outer space. Because this is important. It's the most important thing because it's part of the creation of the universe. And let's face it, you are part of the universe. So it'd be nice to know how the universe is created. And so we see in the book number 1, the universal order of creation of matters is that all the universe exists from energy. And because energy is always in motion, it's always positive. So the direction of the motion is where the charge is. So energy is a charge in motion. And if it's in motion, it has to go from somewhere and to somewhere. And so therefore things have to work in combination. How do you decide what things to consider? What combination? And if you understand that there's different energy levels, so we find that there can be an interaction between different energy states. And so this interaction comes across with energy feeding packs, what we call PM ticks. And within these PM ticks is the emotion of knowledge. And each of us has our own flavor of knowledge. And as we discovered last week, this knowledge is conveyed by the simply irresistible energy of love. The PM ticks are magnetical. In order to maintain a stability, they have to have a gravitational core. And they can travel and transcend different energy states. And as such, they can transcend different locations. And they can transcend different locations with different energy states. Each of these energy states is a reality dimension. And so these PM ticks can transcend many reality dimensions. And we'd like to transcend many reality dimensions. We'd like to work as a charge. Now we have to realize that as a charge, there's a magnetical aspect, which is part of the emission pole, and there's a gravitational aspect, which is part of what you absorb. And so this affects the speed of rotation because the rotation gives you your gravitational stability. And so the faster the speed and the higher the strength dictates the direction and position. And so we resolved a very important anomaly because we found there was a two-way street, but we can't see the connection because we can't see how we got from here to there. All what we can see is where we are and where we're going. But the connection is non-visible and it's well organized and it's very strong and it's there. So whether you can explain it or whether you can understand it or not is irrelevant. It's there. This bond between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum is there. That is the reality dimension. And each of us has this bond dimension. So each of us has a flavor. And that flavor is our radiance. So for the purposes of discussion, we'll just call it a vanilla radiance, a vanilla flavor. And we can all add our favorite flavors to it. And we should, because that's why we came. That's what we want to achieve. But what is the size of the scheme that you're pursuing? Is it a small scheme or is it a large scheme? You just want that little piece of tiny pie? Maybe you just want a crumb. That would be handy. Get a lot of crumbs for one piece of pie. But what happens when your pie is polluted? So what do? You go to another pie. And so we see that the origin of the universe is such. We see that we can travel with our soul, and we can travel to many places. And there's a connection. There's a plasma connection with the carbon. And in the plasma state, we call it carbogen. And this is all part of the nuclear creation. But the fact of the matter is that the plasma science is now superseding the nuclear science. And that's perfectly normal, because that's what constitutes advancement, as this is the Advanced Outer Space Series. If you're advanced, you go ahead. And so every star formation that we create is an inertia field. And as such, that becomes the combination, convergence, and divergence. And each combination has a soul. And the coming and going of these formations is also an inertia field. And so this is how our small dreams and our small pies become bigger pies, because we dream of bigger pies. And so the soul of inertia manifests through the conversion of these force fields coming from the star formations and creating this force field of inertia. And that's how we grow. And that's how we can travel. And so we're looking forward to the Plasmagen Travel Agency. And the thing is that we already know how to do a lot of things. We were born to Earth. But, we say, well, we don't know how, and we don't care to know how we were born to Earth. But clearly we were born for a reason. But we say we do not know why, or do not care to know why we were born. And some want to travel to Mars, but we don't know how, and we don't know why, and we don't care to know. But the fact is, we weren't born to Mars. We were born to Earth. And so why are we having trouble understanding this? And so we find that there's a lot of, shall we say, groups that are trying to, shall we say, prevent this from being brought forward. And I say, well, why do you want to do that? And you say, well, if you can't explain it, then the answer could be that they're ignorant. And so we like to call them names. But we have to understand that you can't insult the ignorant. That's what constitutes ignorance. Ignorant people are ignorant. So you can't violate their sensibilities. So we have to really assess our two forces, how they're coming together. We have to see our planet as if it's our goal, and we have to choose our planet as if it's our goal. And it's part of our dream. But it's not just a dream. It's an inertia manifestation that is irrelevant of time and distance. It's the coming together of the three dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis, into the manifestation of a reality. And that reality can be a plasmatic reality or a physical reality. Except that we have to understand that the plasmatic reality always precedes the physical reality. So now we know that we could have a plasmatic reality without manifesting the physical reality. And we seem to do that very well at the point of death. But now we know that we could travel the plasma highway. So first of all, humans can transport on Earth space. And humans may transmute in outer space. And we've always felt that the connection is the emotion of love, but the connection is not an element. The connection is an energy pack. And so love is not an emotion. Love is energy in motion. And as we said, it's simply irresistible. And so this is the plasma feeding rule, where the higher strength field feeds the lower strength field. But it's a two-way street. So we can increase the field forces, that would be natural creation, and we can decrease the field forces, and that would be natural decay. Or we can have a totally stable field forces, we call that catalytic stability. And the prime example of that is the sun. Comes up every day, gives us energy, goes away at night, but it's giving us energy on the other side of the world, isn't it? So it just doesn't stop. We just think it stops. And so this stopping and starting seems to be part of our natural existence. Well, we have to understand that it never stops. So it's just a matter of a point of view. And so there are sequences, and all of these sequences affect the plasma field forces of repulsion and attraction, which we call magnetical and gravitational force fields. They imply the feeding and feedback of energy. And as such, these choices become personal. And so you, as someone who makes personal choices, have to make that choice as if you were the last man standing. It's not something you can delegate. It's something that you can turn on and turn off, increase or decrease, enhance or diminish. And this affects what you're feeding, how you're feeding, the strength of the feeding, and your positioning. But there's always a risk. There's always a risk. You're going to create something, and that creation could be mayhem. But when we created the cups of life, the first thing we did is we said that they're cups of life. So they were not cups of pandemic or cups of having fun. These were cups of life, very essential. It was representative of that core space in our inner space, that emotional strength that we need to exist. And as such, one cup was an emotional cup and one cup was a physical cup, because the zinc represents the emotional connection and the copper represents the physical connection. And we made a GANS of each, plus a CO2 GANS, a calcium GANS, an amino acid GANS, and a H2O GANS. And these are all radiance manifestations of the intentions. And how do you see the intentions? beyond the fact that there was a physical placement. So where did this GANs come from? And so you see that there are relationships. And so it's this relationship which allows the manifestation of that inertia field. And so each cup, where we had an emotion cup, a physical cup, and a soul cup come together to create that radiance cup of our soul radiance. But that would only be in a plasmatic state until we have a reference. And the reference for us is our earth space. So the man space and the earth space has to come in combination, creating that inertia space. And we took the opportunity to manifest that into the physical space. And that is a feature of humanity. And so the seeing is the believing. Now we can see things, that we can see things that we look through. We can see things that we've created. And then we can see things that we've created that we can't see. And we say, well, it hasn't vanished, it's just transparent. And how does this affect us? And it affects us emotionally. So is it an emotional feeding, or is it an emotional feedback? Or is it a feeding of the feedback? Well, this is what we know. We know that we can go to sleep at night and have a dream. And sometimes we remember and sometimes we don't. But the thing is, we wake up where we left off. So what happened in between? So we know that there is a method of transmutation plasmatically, in addition to the fact that we know that we were born and that it had to be a transmutation plasmatically. Well, this is very good. And we do know that the energy has to be binding in order for us to create a field, because the inertia field is the binding of two forces coming together. But we have a capability of making feeding inertia choices. And most of us choose to do this at the expense of others. And this really doesn't make sense because, first of all, the source of that energy is the weakest of all the energy options that we have to draw from. And second of all, we have to violate the person that we're taking that energy from. And that person could be responsible only for his man space, or that person could be responsible in addition to the man space to be responsible for the earth space. That person could be responsible for the extension of his personal man space, which would include his family. And so anytime we're taking at the expense of others, we're not always sure of how much we're taking and how we're taking it. But what we do know is that the most effective way to take it is through deceit, lying and cheating, double cross. And the most effective of all, of course, is murder. And all of that is at the expense of others. However, it's also at the personal expense. You see, because that's what creates the emotion of vision. That emotion of vision comes from what we see, what we hear, what we smell, and what we say. And all of this is an inertia feedback from our environment. And so we are part of that environment. You cannot extricate yourself from that environment. You were born here. You were born on Earth. You're here. You can't not be here and be here at the same time. So we create what we are. But did we create what we are as babies? And is what we created as babies the same thing we're creating as adults? And so we have to understand that this path on the plasma highway doesn't just end with our arrival on Earth space, but it begins in outer space, comes and connects with our environment, and manifests either into a plasmatic reality or a physical reality. And if there's any message that we wanted to convey with respect to these teachings that I've been doing here, is to understand the difference between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality, because that determines your point of view, that determines your source of inspiration, and that determines your destination. So this manifestation of the inertia is always of a certain kind. We're not specifying what kind. It's the PM takes our magnetical feeding. And in order to feed, they have to feed to a field. That field is created through the convergence of these energies of principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matter. And they come together and they convert into a plasmic jet matter, which is now a MAGRAV condition, which is very stable. But that stable condition is not visible. That is the connecting stable field between our presence and our environment. And that creates a field interaction, which we call inertia. And that's where we are. But that field is representative of plasma reality, physical reality, and the connection to both, which is that emotional reality. And so all of this emotion creates motion. And so we find through the natural decay of the neutron that we create these PM ticks. But because we can create, and it's a two-way street, we can also decay, but the decay is another form of creation, and that's a two-way street. And so the PM ticks are released in both directions of creation and decay. And so there's this bounding factor, and we are part of that. And our decision to be part of the creation or to be part of the decay is part of our manifestation. But we, as soul travelers, are not part of that. We are the bonding fudge factor. We're the ones who determine whether or not the rain is good or bad. We're the ones who determine if the violation is good or bad. We're the ones who judge. Guilty or not guilty. So we're the ones who are the product of this relationship. And so when we try and balance this out and say, well, 1 and 1 is greater than 2 because it involves synergy. That's how life works. There's always a benefit. But, you know, we have a scientific responsibility. We also have a spiritual responsibility. And so each one is one part of the equation. But is each one the same one? It's just one, but it has a different flavor and has a different responsibility. So we need to add the two together to be able to develop the synergy, transcend the limitations. This is where the plasma science adds to the knowledge. Great, so we transcended the limitations and we move towards change, but what rate of change? And so what's been limiting us has been the nuclear science because of the limitations of the speed of light. But when we look at the universal community, we see that they can transcend the physical speed of light. And we have that capability as well. So this is not so strange. We have a radiance creation, but that radiance creation comes from an ethos, and that ethos is shared with the universe. It involves morality, compassion, and courage. And so if that ethos is shared with the universe, how come we're not shared with the universe? What's our problem? There's a missing link, isn't it? And so that limitation on us, which has been bestowed, we call it the speed of light. We didn't say which light. We didn't say if it was a physical light or a plasmatic light. Because the fact of the matter is, our existence travels at the speed of light. And so we see in a simple relationship that we're looking at this outer space and inner space relationship. And so everything in the plasma science is based on relationships and on fields. Well, a photon, is that a field? Yes, it is, because it's a containment, and it contains the emotion of knowledge. And so that becomes a field, and that field can go from one field to another field. And so the way we see it is it's either a particle or a wave. And so that determines on your point of view and whether or not you're working from the physical reality or the plasmatic reality. And if you're working from the physical reality, chances are you're going down a one-way street. And that really becomes a problem when that street's a dead end. And so we create these barriers, which we said. So if love is an energy, what is hate? Well, hate's just a mirage. It's non-existent. It can't exist because energy is always in motion. Energy is always positive. And so you cannot give hate. It's just like you cannot give cold. You could only give energy or not give energy. And so we substitute money for this energy. And that money creates a real barrier to us elevating to the highest energy level. And that barrier is so strong, it becomes an addiction. And as such, it manufactures its own mythical fields. And we summarize that as hate. And that manifests itself into many kinds of and types of violation. And from there, it manifests itself into many types of revenge. And so that could be a revenge country to country, person to person, or self-inflicted. So our soul positioning comes from this plasmatic symbiosis where we had this positioning that brought us here, but we're at the crossroads between this plasmatic reality and this physical reality if we cannot determine which is the one that is dominant. Because the inertia field is the interaction of the plasmatic reality with the physical reality. And so our physical reality, according to the nuclear science, is restricted to the area or the time frame between when we were born to the time when we die. And so all the rules follow therefrom, except to understand that those rules are man-made rules. And they bear actually very little resemblance to universal rules. Because really, when it comes down to it, do we need to write these rules when we have sensibilities? And so if we're violating these rules, we're certainly violating our sensibilities. So we have to understand that there's a different matter plasma dimension. One is gravitational, which is very physical, and one is magnetical, which is very plasmatic. You can't touch it, you can't see it. That's what it is. It's non-visible, non-tangible. And so both of these dimensions can be a feeding dimension. And as such, both of these dimensions can also be a feedback dimension. But when we're looking at the relationship between these two dimensions, we have to understand that the plasmatic dimension is the feeding dimension and the physical dimension is the feedback dimension. And the reason for it is very simple. And because we have to make choices either to increase or decrease the energy flow so that we can maintain a stability. And as a result, man has become feedback dominant. And this is important if you want to maintain stability. But it's become feedback dominant through violation. And so that affects the relationship because, again, it's your field strength versus another field strength. So we have this inertia of relations, and they follow the plasmatic rules, regardless of energy state. Energy states increase or decrease by at least an order of magnitude, which is 10 times. And how many 10 times 10 times 10s is it? And the speed of the rotation of the field affects the field strength. And so the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. But as we said, it's not a one-way street, it's a two-way street. And so as a result of that two-way street, then these field relations have to be accommodated for to determine the positioning. And you don't determine your positioning exclusively by your neighbors. You can transcend multiple energy states. So the fact of the matter is that Earth space is a kind of energy state and it's gravitationally stable. And inner space is also gravitationally stable. But this inner space exists in Earth space. This inner space exists in man space. And so the combination, inertia, Earth space and man space, has its own field. And that field has an inner space. And we now have the technology to make that gravitationally stable, because this plasma reality is bound to the ethos of the universe. And so is that because of what we've done? No, look at the periodic table of elements, and you'll see the Earth space did this without our involvement. The problem with the periodic table of elements is that they're elementary. Life is much more complex. And so we have to understand that You know, if you're looking at the details, which is the sum of the parts, you have to understand the details of knowing. It's the sum of the parts that's greater. And so when we look at these individual earth space details and we see, well, there's carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, which forms the amino acids. The sodium, potassium, calcium, and magnesium creates the environment, and the iron, copper, zinc, and silicon is the physicality. And so we can transcend all of these various energy states. And so if we're trying to understand ourselves, we have to understand the soul of the earth and its relations. And so there's a physicality of the body of the earth space, but there's a soul of the body. This is the inner space soul of the earth body. So the outer space soul of the earth involves, well, the soul of the earth, the soul of us, man, and the soul of the sun. This is all part of our outer space. But not only, because man wants to travel into outer space. So we find that one of the ways we started to transcend was to create a monatomic structure, which we call a nanosphere state. And we understand the key difference between the animate and inanimate has to do with the limitation. So when you have more than 3 in a chain, well, that's a polymer. And so we don't go more than 3 in a chain. We build. And we build layers, we build more fields, and we bring more things into combination. And as a result, not only is the plasma science creating a superconductor at room temperature, but you can rest assured that we are a superconductor at room temperature as well, because you know what? We're at room temperature. And so the basis of our structure is this amino star, which involves carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. But let's face it, carbon's pretty solid, and the others are gases. And so how do we look at our blood and we see that it has iron, and iron is pretty solid as well. And so how do we get this iron to flow? So when we see that the iron comes in combination with the oxygen in an iron tetrahedron, that becomes the basis of our blood, which is the energy transfer system that allows us to connect from that plasmatic air, which involves the gases. But now we have to ask, are these plasmatic gases or physical gases? Because we've already said that the carbon is physical. So how does it get to be a gas? Well, then it has to become a carbogen. And so the others are also have a duality. They can be in a plasmatic state or a physical state. So we look at the carbogen in order to transcend from the physical to the plasmatic. It has to enlist the services of the oxygen. And so we see the carbon with a tetrahedron of 4 oxygens. There's another star formation. So there's a binary bond, a double bond that allows this gravitational stability of these various gases to remain. And so we see that manifested in terms of oxygen. It always comes in pairs. And as such, when we look at the ratio of the mass of the oxygen versus the mass of the hydrogen, that doesn't seem very balanced. So therefore, we have assumed a very elementary formula, H2O, 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. That would not be very stable. So in order to be stable with the domination of the mass of the oxygen, that double bond remains. And so the gravitational stability of the oxygen molecules transcend to the gravitational stability of the water molecules. And the water molecules are capable of interacting with everything else. It's nature's solvent. If we remove the oxygen and replace it with the hydrogen, it still becomes gravitationally stable, because we find that the gases have to work in combination to maintain this gravitational stability. And so the relationship between the mass of the carbon and the mass of the hydrogen is also extreme. But we could say simplistically that it's a ratio, whereas the oxygen to hydrogen is an 8-to-1 ratio. So it's still a wide range, but not as wide. And so when we look at the amino star in its plasmatic state, then we have to recognize that every point, whether it's carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, or hydrogen, comes in combination also. It has to, because it can't give and still maintain stability. So the topic today is violations. And so we have to understand that when we look at our man space, our physical encapsulation is the skin. And so we have to recognize that our earth space has a physical encapsulation, and it's called the crust of the earth. And our environment has a non-visible crust or non-visible skin, and we call it sensibilities. So we find that we can do a physical violation of the skin through a penetration. We can do a physical violation of the Earth's crust through a penetration. But we can do a sensibility violation through infiltration. It doesn't matter. It's a violation. And the result is either some form of agitation, we call it emotional upset for simple terms, or it's environmental pollution. And does pollution recognize the boundaries and say, if you have a pie, well, that's your pie. Well, how do you know where your pie stops and where your pie ends? And I said, well, that's my pie, and I'm enforcing the boundaries of my pie. So what happens if the violation of the boundaries of your pie are violated? Well, I'll just go to another pie. But what happens when the whole pie is violated? So now we have a dilemma. And so it doesn't have to be a physical violation. This is the point. And so we call it a karmic attachment. So now we come to an anomaly here, because there is a student-teacher relationship, and the teacher gaining this knowledge could be a violator. And the student who is dependent on that knowledge could be the violated. But if you're looking at the karmic attachment, the opposite could be true. The student actually could be the violator. And the teacher could be the one being violated. So we have to be aware of the finger pointing accuser, right? Because the karmic attachment is based on the importance of revenge. And all that does is shift the focus of attention. I'm being violated. It's your fault. But what if I'm being violated and it's my fault? Which is it? So we see that gravity seeks density. And so when we look at the electron-proton marriage, we find that the atoms are magnetical, so they can travel. But as such, they're density seekers. And so they're looking for a gravitational attachment. That gravitational attachment could be in a plasmatic condition or a physical condition. And so therefore it could be transcending between both. And it can do this as an emotional construct. And so isn't that strange? When we were born, the first construct that we had was the heart. The heart preceded the brain. And so the heart had the blood materialization and was coursing throughout the body. And then came the brain. And the blood didn't go into the brain, the blood went around the brain. And so there's a sequence. And then when we have the brain, then we have the capability of transcending the physicality of the brain through the supragranular layer, which allows us to dream, which allows us to plan, imagine, and convey emotion. And so we're able to emit on a magnetical basis, and we're able to absorb on a gravitational basis. And so this is how we create the basic dimensions of physicality, but we can create the basic dimensions of a plasma reality as well. And so all of this has to do with the conversion. And if we look at the connecting feature, which is carbon, we see that the carbon itself comes in different masses. And so carbon 16, 14, 10, and 8 are isotopes, not stable. But carbon 12, very stable in its elemental form, very physical. So we find that the physical energy is the lowest energy state. And so there's a conversion from the plasmatic manifestation to another level of plasmatic manifestation, to another level of physical manifestation. And so these are gravitational and magnetical field forces, but when they get to be a physical materialization, we call that gravity and magnetism. Lowest energy form. But it follows the same principle of conversion. And our biological family does the same thing. We have a connection. We have a physical connection and we have an emotional connection, and then we have offspring. And so in order to resolve, how would we get into this physical elementary state? Well, the thing is, it's all done emotionally. It's an emotional connection between the soul and the soul of the body. And it involves the soul and the soul of the body of daddy, and the soul of the body of mommy. and the soul of the family of humanity, and the soul of the earth space, because it's the earth space which determines the physicality. And so we're trying to figure out, how does this come together with the combination of the RNA and DNA? We found that the number 24 is a pretty magic number, except our special species of humanity has only 23 chromosome pairs. We're below, aren't we? So we find that there's a plasma crossover, and it comes from these trinity components. So we have 3 dimensions in the plasma sphere and 3 dimensions in the physicality, and they create a star formation. From that star formation, we create a manifestation, and then the interaction of those two create an inertia field. And at that point, that inertia field can manifest itself into the physical reality if you so choose. And so understanding that it's a two-way street, when we look at the enhancement units, we find that the body enhancement unit can enhance the vitality of the body, and the material enhancement unit can manifest the physical elements. So if the body is violated, we can enhance the body to heal from those violations. If the earth space is violated, then we can heal the earth space through the material enhancement. This is the new plasma reality of the plasma science. And so when we look at the relationship violation, we know that we can be born. We know that we came from outer space. We know that we have this relationship of inner space. We know that our cells are representative of the soul of man, but they work in the soul of the body, and the soul of the body can be violated. And we know that the physical space involves our inner space. And so the inner space of the environment space can also be violated. So there's a violation, and yet there's still an existence. So there is a forgiveness factor, and there is a margin. And so this dilemma man has another dilemma, and we see that the soul is immortal. And the question is, can an immortal soul be a moral man? Well, why would you ask that question? Because seeing is believing. And we see the babies born. We see the sweetness. We see the beauty. Do we see that manifest in the adulthood the same way? So really the dilemma man has to understand that it is possible. So the answer is yes. But the answer is no, because you are what you emit. You are the radiant you. And you are what you absorb. And so if we stop absorbing the universal flow, then we have to start stealing. And when we start stealing, we're drawing energy from the lowest energy field. And so we run into this dilemma where we keep emitting and we keep absorbing less. And in that process, we age. We have to continue that process in order to continue the activity, in order to maintain some kind of stability. But it is a diminishing stability. And so when we look at the constituents of the radiance energy and the radiance inertia, we see that the emotion of vision comes from the emotion of position. And the emotion of position comes from the emotion of presence. And the combination of these emotions gives us the position of vision. All of these emotions are susceptible to violation, and they can destabilize any gravitational inertia. So in our search for outer space, we have to understand that there's a specific difference in materializing in physicality. That becomes a physical manifestation. But we can manifest in many different ways. And we know that because we were born. And we were born, but we were not born as inanimate souls. And we were not born as vertical souls. Yes, we're part of the horizontal souls, but we are part of the humanity. And each of these has a diversity. Each of these has a flavor. Each of these has a uniqueness. And yet each of these are part of a family. And so we're part of the Souls of Humanity family. And that is a creation from the plasma emotion, that emotion of knowledge that is conveyed it. And that conveyance of emotion comes in concert with the emotion of the earth space. And the combination of our creation and the earth space creation creates this field interaction of inertia, which is our physical reality. So when we look at the earth space and we see the binding energy paths where the earth is absorbing and attracting using gravitational field forces, but in order to maintain its maggrav position, it has to emit through the repulsion of magnetical field forces. And then it has this stability. It maintains this feeding inertia. It's very desirable. So we call it the lust feeding inertia. So why do we do this earth space violation? When we do mining for copper, silver, and gold, or drilling for oil, we're violating earth space. And man's space depends on earth space. And then we violate man's space as well. We lie, cheat, steal, and murder, or suicide. And we see, well, how do we maintain this stability, and how does it compare for us to compare to Earth space? We see, well, there's a magnetical keystone and there's a gravitational core, and we're living in that in-between zone we call the biosphere range. And then we compare that to ourselves and we say, oh, there we are. There's a gravitational stability. And so we've resolved this anomaly. Our structure is the same. But life is for learning. And we are living in a cocoon, and that cocoon is our earth space. It's our home, is violating yourself. And so we see that because that energy and that communication is non-visible, non-tangible. And the closest that we can respond to that is through our emotion. And so we see that this is an unseen communication stability that we have within our body, and which communicates between the heart and the brain and the physicality of all the body and the interaction with all the cells. But we find that some cells are not working that well. And so this becomes a disruption of that stability. What causes this disruption? Is it karma? Well, karma is a carry forward. So what are you carrying? Is it your personal bias? Is it your social circle? Is it something from your childhood? Is it some kind of prejudice that you have and maybe you don't even recognize that you have this prejudice? Is that possible? Or, well, would you know? Is this from your ancestors? It would have to be, wouldn't it? Because you are the glint in daddy's eye. Or is it just baggage? You don't have to carry this baggage. It's emotionally binding. Can you drop this baggage? Imagine you're violated as a child and you use that as your ticket and carry that into your adulthood and saying, I'm allowed my emotional revenge because of what happened back then. Well, let's look at the way cells repair. You know, because you get damaged, right? You get a bruise or you cut your finger. So something has to initiate the repair process now. But you just don't keep repairing. You restore it back to the way the finger was. You restore the cut back to the way the skin should be. So at some point in time, a command has to be given to stop the repair. You don't have enough knowledge to do that. That has to be ordered by the soul. And physically, you don't have enough knowledge to do that. So that has to be a response of the physicality. So the ordering and the response is depending on the support of the karmic cycle. Because sometimes the repairs don't go so well. And sometimes the damage is caused by a physical intervention. But sometimes the damage is caused by an emotional violation. And so can we repair? Or do we reinforce these emotions? Well, we are replacing cells all the time. And so we find, fortunately for us, because we're so busy, we don't have time to deal with all of these cells. We all have busy schedules, and we have over 70 trillion cells in our body. So we're busy, 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 and these cells are repairing, reproducing, recreating, restoring, and are doing through this transmutation process of drawing in from the ordering of the soul and the physical response of the environment. And they do this automatically without our intervention. And thank goodness for that, because we're so busy looking for this happiness somewhere. And we see that this has always been a launch field failure because we have so many violations and they're simply indefensible. Man has never launched a rocket into outer space. We don't understand the Earth space rules. We don't understand the inner space rules, and they apply to outer space as well. So when we look at this connection that we have with this family of emotions, which is part of our man space point of view, and we compare it to the soul space point of view, which is this emotion of knowledge, which is transferred to us as babies. And we can always engage in this emotion of love because it's simply irresistible. How do we do this? The emotions that attach us to our physicality have to be diluted. They have to be elevated to the point where we find this connection with carbon-14, because that's the connection between our plasma construct and our physical construct. And it contains the emotion of knowledge. And it also contains the emotion of love. But it doesn't have the binding of the physical, emotional response. And the proof of concept is that we had a preference for Earth, not Mars. We had a sentimentality for coming here, because that's how come we were born. And we were born from this radiance, and we were born using an outer space system. And we had to take into account the inner space of the Earth space, and of course the inner space of our space. And the combination of that was simply irresistible. And that's why we came down this plasma highway. So the highway is not a place. Outer space is not a place. It's a relationship between you and your radiance. And so outer space is a method of energy transfer, and energy is always in motion, and it reflects the plasmatic interface with the dynamic part of the soul, which involves the soul of the creator and the soul of the earth. And don't forget the soul of humanity, and of course, the soul of you and your body and the cells within your body. All of this manifests as simply irresistible lust for life. And so this is where science meets the soul of man, and it is imperative that it's for peace, because that's how you bring things together. That's how the universe was created. The universe was created, it wasn't violated. It was brought up, it wasn't dragged up. And we see that we have excitable visitors, and they have a reverse dream from our dream because they want to come here. And which reality dimension do they come from? And so their dream to come here is their irresistible dream. What's the connection? It's not an emotion of love. It's the simply irresistible energy of love. And so if we want to have the stability of energy and motion, we have to cross this inner space peace bridge, because the peace connection is the connection we need to the plasma outer space highway. And that involves our environment. The earth space also has an inner space, and that inner space is seeking peace as well. And the greatest violator to this earth space is humanity. This time we made peace, not only with the earth space, and not only with ourselves, because we have to understand that if we don't do this, we will never go into outer space. We're now making choices. It's after June the 6th, 2022. If you want to go into outer space, we have to get the stability of our inner space and make peace with our earth space. And we find that we're coming to a critical juncture on Friday, May 26th. we have to deal with emotional baggage. Man-made, personal made, self-made. Spoken of or unspoken of. It's there. And how do you know it's there? Because things aren't working. It's time for change. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Teachings on plasma science. We're calling all Earth space sweethearts. Fulfill your dreams by shedding those old limits of your soul growth. There's a world peace treaty, which we have to sign with a pen, with our heart, with our soul. So the dilution of emotion allows the field of life choices to be free from these boundaries or abuse. The ethos of the universe maps your position, and the universal community is your travel guide. Travel by the speed of love, because that manifests and determines your inner space emotional constructs. The earthbound soul family requires a gravitational transformation to enhance the physical and emotional vitality. The emotion of knowledge is a transmutation connection to that manifestation point, which connects us all equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom. Remember that violations cannot be carried on the plasma outer space highway. Life is simply irresistible, but the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of the lesson and the end of the trip, and I hope you all enjoyed it, and thank you again.
Excellent, Alex. I don't know if you're getting better or my understanding's improving. Maybe it's both, hopefully. Thank you very much for joining and sharing more knowledge with all of us. And this is normally the time we open up for questions or comments or others to bring up their thoughts. Perhaps raise a point you didn't quite get. There's many that I didn't, not only in your presentation, Alex, but in the workshop itself. Early on, well, let's see if there's anyone who would like to make a point or raise a question or share something with us. We'll allow about 10 minutes at the end. I'd like to play the clip after the break in this workshop where Mr. Keshe went into some detail about the tooth trials and the pH balancing within the body. But it was interesting, Alex, he referred to it as salinity a number of times. Correct the salinity or balance the salinity. I thought, again, I'm not sure what the pH of sodium chloride is. Is that our table salt? I was reading, it said it's neutral. It's combined hydrochloric acid with sodium or something, and they sort of balance each other out. I may be way off on this, but why would you think Mr. Keshe was mentioning salinity and pH together? Obviously, it seems like they could be interconnected, but perhaps I'm misunderstanding it.
This is a very good question. So we know, and we have a very good knowledge seeker who's been doing some tests here with his GANs. His name is Randy, and he's changed the pH of his medium by altering the amount of salinity as a percentage. But let's look at a real life situation. So we have fresh water, we have salt water. And if we look at the fish in the fresh water, we find that they're salty on the inside. And so the nutrients come from the inside out. Whereas if we look at the saltwater fish, they're fresh on the inside. So the osmotic growth that they experience comes the same way, except that the direction of flow from the saltwater fish, the ocean fish, it comes from a salty environment into a freshwater condition inside, and then the freshwater fish from the freshwater condition to the salty condition inside. And so you see that nature is suggesting that there needs to be a balance. And so if you have this gradient and you have this balance, then how do you get this flow? So you have to have this gradient between the fresh water and the salty water. So by having a gradient, pH affects that. And we know that the pH affects the gradient because we see that in our DNA. When we become alkaline, the DNA shrinks, and when it becomes acidic, then the pH causes the DNA to expand. And it continues to expand until you're dead. And you know that because when they look at the DNA of on an autopsy, you find that it literally is flat. There is no spiral or helical spiral there. It's flat as the oscilloscope is flat. So we see that the trend towards acidity is a trend towards death. And so how do you align that? But actually, you have to translate and say, well, you have to seek a happy medium. And so we find that the healthy blood serum pH is 7.46, which is slightly alkaline. But we find that even a 0.001 deflection in the pH affects you. And it affects you physically, it affects you emotionally, and it also affects the way you metabolize and absorb energy. So this is reflected in many different ways, and as scientifically speaking, laymen like us, and I'm just assuming that all of us here are laymen, this is a deep science that we don't have the wherewithal to investigate. We have to look at the trends and understand the difference. So when we look at the difference in the salt water, we find that it is 0.1% from fresh water. If we look at the difference between the Dead Sea, it's at 0.3%. And the difference between the Dead Sea and the oceans is a matter of life and death. So we can see the trend. And so if the extremes go through a certain kind of a transition, and they affect our environment. So we know that. It's just like we know we were born, and it's just like we know that we grow from babies to adults. So these are things that we know. We have to take that into account when we make our decisions. And so the ultimate decision is that our existence in our man space is dependent on the environment. And if our existence on Earth is dependent on the environment of Earth, then our existence on another planet would also have to be dependent on the environment of that location. And if that environment is different from Earth's environment, where we already see that, we have high mountains with low oxygen content, and down in the valley where, it's warmer, we have salt water, fresh water, we have dead water, we have different elements. So we have this biodiversity. Something is causing that. Do we have enough knowledge to understand that? And if we were to take that environment to another planet, then by extension, we should be able to exist in that environment. However, that environment exists without our environment here. So let me just rephrase that. We have fresh water, we have salt water, two environments, and they both contain life. So if we have a planetary environment and say an Earth environment and a Mars environment, two different environments, by extension, they should also have life. And so that's the reality. We see that the universe is abundant with life. Okay, so
Okay,
what's our problem? Why are we not able to do this?
So if we took a grain of salt and measured its pH, maybe Randy has played with this more than any of us, and I know we've been told that too much salt causes hypertension. I think the emotions probably cause more hypertension than salt does, but if we don't have enough salt, it's like an electrolyte, things don't flow, but maybe the plasma science isn't dependent so much on salt in the body. But if we were just to take a grain of salt and measure its pH, do you know what we would see, or does it depend where it's come from in the world?
Yes, it depends on where it comes from in the world, because the determining factor is the blood serum pH, and you know that the blood is salty. And so it's in the 7.46 range. You have to understand that at around 7.3 you're dead anyway. So although it's slightly alkaline, it's below the medium point, which would be the optimum healthy point. So you know that if the blood is salty, then you created that salt. That was done plasmatically. And so if your emotion is affecting your blood, you say, well, your blood is boiling or you're cold-blooded, that's how we refer to, and those imply emotion. So we can see that your emotion will affect the pH of your blood as well. And so what is the conclusion? Fundamentally, illnesses like cancer are very much psychosomatic. And what we're looking at is at the physical manifestation of the condition. What we need to look at is at the plasmatic condition that causes the manifestation.
Very good. Anyone else want to say something about salt or salinity or something they've experienced? Again,
usually,
go ahead.
Mark, most of the pH testers need a liquid. It has to be in a liquid medium to test. So even when they give you some pH meters, they give you a little solution to calibrate your pH. It's a liquid.
Yeah, standards. Yeah,
the standards,
calibrate,
and it's a liquid. So I haven't found a way to test something like a grain of salt yet. It has to be in a liquid state.
Okay, well, that's what I meant. If you put, well, distilled water is even slightly below 7, isn't it? It's slightly
I haven't
acidic condensate. Yeah.
But distilled water is biologically dead. There's nothing in it. When you look at it in a microscope and you look for life, there's nothing in it. There's no minerals. There's nothing.
It's ideal for making ganses. Mr. Keshe was saying it's different. It produces different ganses than if you use the tap water. Probably because
yes, it would.
Everything else.
It would. My friend just got a distiller, so I'm going to get a gallon of it and start playing with the distilled water.
Well, of course it would. First of all, if it's distilled water and it doesn't have any minerals, that means it's going to be gravitational. It's going to be attracting other minerals. And if it is tap water, that tap water comes from different sources. Each of these sources has a different mineral content.
Right, and I
Let's,
know
yeah,
the calcium and magnesium is more on the alkaline side. That's how you get these incrustations, or what we call scale, on heat transfer surfaces. I've worked with that a little bit. Micah has his mic open. Perhaps he'd like to add something here. Thank you, Alex.
I was just
Yeah,
gonna say,
perfect.
not only that, but tap water, depending where you are, I mean, you really don't know what's in tap water, you know, like different cities and stuff, they've got all kinds of other things that are in tap water that you
Yep.
probably necessarily wouldn't want to be consuming.
Making GANs of a fluoride or a chlorine. Perhaps, I know he mentioned that about seawater, that you'll be making
Right.
GANs of everything in that seawater. Any other comments on that question?
I'd like to add to Micah's comment, please, and that has to do with the fluoride issue. This has been really distressing because they are adding the fluoride to the drinking water. And the thing is that there are two types of fluoride that they add to it, and I believe it's over 95% of the cases, they're adding a fluoride that cannot be filtered out. So there's not a filtering system on this planet that uses a filtering system that can filter out the
I've
fluoride
heard
that they're
that
adding
as
to.
well. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Actually, I had a filtering system, and they said you can buy a post filter to filter out the fluoride, but even then it wasn't 100% effective.
Yeah, the reason is it's the way it's made. And you know, I've had a chance to talk to many people who work at water treatment plants, and then this information came from the administration in New York City, and they just basically just laughed in your face, and they said, well, this is a totally bound fluoride that they put in, and it cannot be filtered out. So you know, it's a moot discussion with respect to that. So the best answer really is to not add the fluoride to the water if you want it to be fluoride free. So where does that leave the plasma science? So we're looking at a feedback mechanism. So if you have a physical filter and you're physically filtering water, that's a physical feedback. So if you have a plasma situation, then notice the difference. Methane in a plasma state is life-giving. Carbon dioxide in a plasma state is life-giving. Oxygen in a plasma state is life-giving. And you look at some of these elements and you get them down, like ozone at the ground level is a toxic gas. Carbon dioxide at the ground level is suffocating. And you know, this repeats itself with so many different elements. So this transition of going from physicality to the plasma state changes a condition. And this is one of the reasons that I say the manifestation comes from the inertia field of two plasma fields. At that point, that field can materialize into a physical field. But at that point, you cannot blend them together, or you cannot take them apart per se. The key is to understanding the magnetical gravitational force fields of the plasma science. So something is always something as opposed to something else. What is the direction of flow? And so there is always a creation and there's always a decay. Where is the emphasis? Where is the field strength? And what direction is it pointing? So as part of a public teaching, we don't want to get into those details because we don't have enough time for that. But what's important is to understand that we are all part of our environment. And so what we think matters, what we carry forward as an emotional baggage matters. And now what's been disclosed is that this emotional baggage is severely preventing us from getting into outer space. And why? Because it's binding. It's binding to the lowest energy level. The emotional baggage manifests itself into poor health. Hello. If it's psychosomatic and it manifests an illness, and that illness, it becomes representative in a physical disability, such as colon cancer or lung cancer, breast cancer, you name it, cancer. And so this emotional construct materializes in a physical disability. And so if we choose to, shall we say, filter it out physically, that does not resolve the emotional construct. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. Yes, there is many aspects we have to dig deeper into. Would anyone else like to raise a point or a question before I go to my next question? And don't let that preclude you from asking a question or sharing some knowledge. No one's wrong and no one's 100% right. Alex, you had a background where you were going into a little bit of this, what brings ignorance? Now, is this just something that people who aren't familiar with this knowledge are subject to, or, and I have a clue, or can knowledge seekers become ignorant in a way as well? I know in previous workshops, Mr. Keshe brought up the understanding that arrogance brings ignorance, and ignorance brings misfunction or creates mayhem. So we're also subject to ignorance through our arrogance, and this is why he's asking us to be humble. Quite often he's stressing this humbleness, and of course that's the ignorance would be the or arrogance would be the opposite of humbleness, I would think.
Yes, Mark, if you look at the, as a prime example, you look at the bloggers on the internet, and it is so difficult for them. And I'm not talking about the ones who are paid to give misinformation. I'm talking about the other ones who buy into it and say we're more gossip mongers than anything else, and say they point out the misdeeds of politicians or the
yes,
you know, the kind of anomalies that you get with social attitudes. So they're doing that in the absence of a solution, right? And the best way for them to come across is with some kind of entertainment value. And so the easiest entertainment value would be a mocking. And so you say, well, you know, here's a guy who's pretending to be something that he's not, you know, what a first class doofus he is. Okay, so really, without a solution on how to deal with this, the only way that you can deal with it personally really is to mock him insult him, and this is your revenge, right? And so you say, oh, well, what an idiot. And so that's an easy revenge. But, you know, the moment you accuse him of being an idiot, you know, you kind of fall into the same trap, because what you've done is you've assigned time and emotion and energy to that. You've created a mental construct. And the problem with it is, the reason he's an idiot is because he's totally oblivious to the truth. And so we are offended. So you're not going to shoot him, right? Because that makes you a murderer. You're not going to hit him. That makes you, you know, an attacker. So the only thing that you can do is attack him emotionally. And so you call him, you know, a mental midget. And that makes you feel good? But
That's the
that's the
loosh
result.
harvesting you keep referring to, isn't it?
Yeah, and you're part of it. You just fall, boom, you know, face first into the pile, and you say, oh, you know, you feel like a fish. You know, he's the one who's dangling the hook, and you know, you go for it. So, you know, what we need to do is, but this is being rammed in our face. Okay, so what I'm saying is, in the absence of the plasma science, it would really be very depressing, because all we have to lay our hats on is, you know, that we have a bunch of misfits who not only are infiltrated our governments, but have infiltrated the enforcing agencies for governments. Because you see, the thing that I didn't understand, because, you know, when we talk about government intelligence and stuff like that, you know, that becomes a joke, right? And it's an oxymoron. But the fact of the matter, the government is us. It belongs to us. We pay the bill. And, you know, if we're paying, then we expect a response. We expect a competence. We expect something to materialize for our benefit, because we've assigned that, and we're also paying for it. That is a legitimate expectation. And so there needs to be checks and balances in that. So in a business transaction, the checks and balances are, you know, if I pay you to do something and you do a lousy job, I fire you. Okay, but we can't fire the government, and this is the problem. So, but we can. The checks and balances have been infiltrated. Okay, so it's who is causing the problem, and we call them NGOs. Why? Because they're not government agencies, and they're not accountable. Okay, so what does that mean? That means we have to get our governments back. And so I was in a little opposition with Mr. Keshe with respect to, you know, his pursuit of the government. But let's face it, we're the government. The government is ours. And so if we can get the governments to adopt this technology for the betterment of the people, by the people, right? Then we will change the rate of change, and we will affect more people. And we have to understand then, if our neighbors are sick, our community is sick, and we live in that community, we cannot extricate ourselves from that community and say, oh, you know, my backyard is nice, but you know, you got weeds on your yard. Really? So what are you going to do? Oh, I'm going to complain. Oh, well, that's great. So that becomes a divisive force for us. And so we become preoccupied with all of these things. And so now we divert the attention. So now I have to fight with my neighbor, okay, because he doesn't like the appearance of my yard or something, or he doesn't like my attitude. And, you know, the government can do whatever it wants and nobody's complaining. So our neighbor becomes convenient. And this is the problem. We are we are grasping for a kind of revenge because we have this emotional satisfaction that comes from it. But
No
it's a false
question.
satisfaction.
No question. It's almost tempting to want to make a negative comment in some of these bloggers or what they're adding. And it's not so easy to give to that soul, but it's much easier and more fun, it seems, to take. And you can think of all these comments you can add, but that's not correct. And that is, again, destroying or taking from others. And our position is to elevate the soul, not take from it. But it seems so easy to fall into that.
Too easy. And if I may just add one more comment here, there's an American show that used to be called America's Funniest Videos or something like that. And it's funny, right? People are funny. They do funny things. There was a situation where the guy fell down and broke his leg. The audience was laughing hysterically. And I thought to myself, you know, everybody thought this was funny except one guy. And that's the guy that broke his leg. That's not funny. What makes that funny? You know, the way he broke his leg maybe is kind of funny, but the pain and suffering that he goes through is not funny. And if he were to see that video, then all that does is it carries forward that pain, because now that he's the butt of a joke as well. So you got a broken leg, and now you have wounded emotions. And so what's his recourse? Okay, well, maybe I will sue somebody. Oh, well, that's great. There goes your time and attention and emotion again. So you're constantly feeding the pig, and you're not getting anything in return. How is that being constructive? You know, when you look at the American society, it is the most litigious nation in the world, right? I mean, I don't know of anybody who has more lawsuits than Donald Trump, right? He's a master at litigation. So, you know, he's manipulating the legal system. Okay, great. That's all man-made anyway, okay? But where's the ethics and the morality? Nothing changes in that regard. I sue you, oh, I get some money, you know? O.J. Simpson case, you know, he was not guilty with murder, but he was guilty as a civil crime. Well, you know, that's an anomaly, isn't it? So we all have to become our own judge. That's the point. And we have to understand what is entertainment and what is urgency. And so, you know, the guy who broke his leg for the benefit of our laughter and entertainment, his urgency was to get to the hospital and get it fixed. So we are all experiencing this emergency in one form or another. So this is the time for us to step forward and realize, wherever you are, regardless of your situation, guaranteed someone has a worse situation. They're all part of the humanity family. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, let's see if someone else would like to come in, or are they in listen only mode? Let me share the screen for a moment, Alex, and we're just going to put something up here.
Go ahead.
And this is from Elias's transcript. Thank you, Elias, for faithfully delivering us a beautiful transcript week by week of the Knowledge Seekers workshops. Heaven must be a very, very large place. And according to the other side, the hell must be bigger because we are all sinners. Or does it mean that the body of the man, in separating from the soul of the man, allows the man to take position according to his conduct and what has gathered during the cycle of life on this planet? Now, this is the part. How many souls have we consumed? And how many lives have we taken to add to it? Are we a collector of different souls, of the seeds, the animals, the flowers, and everything else that during the lifespan on this planet we have collected? Now it comes to us to put facts to understand the truth about ascension. And is it exclusively of those who some try to promote, or is it a collective conduct of the soul of the man after departure from the dimension? Why is he bringing this in here? How many souls have we consumed? We know we've all consumed souls. We're still doing it, hopefully to a lesser degree. But I don't think there's anyone who hasn't consumed a soul, or as Mr. Keshe said, with the meat and the rice, I'd rather eat a piece of beef than a bowl of rice because I'm consuming one soul rather than 500 souls. So why was this added in here, if you want to comment on this?
Am I the default commentator?
Well, unless someone else would like to. Why was this little part inserted in here? He's talking.
Okay, here's the point.
Yeah.
You, I call you a name. I hurt your feelings. I shoot you. I still hurt your feelings. The difference, one you can carry on, and one you pass into another dimension. So there's a degree of consumption, is what I'm saying. We are in a position, by having been born on this planet, to having to participate in this kind of misconduct. We have a choice, and we have always had a choice, to what degree do we want to participate. And so many have come to the point where they have violated one of the harshest of universal laws, thou shalt not kill, in the one of the worst ways possible. And that is without permission. And you can't give permission to commit suicide, because we are all part of the Creator. We're all part of the creation. So we all belong to all of us. So this is a extreme violation of universal law. And so the reason that we came here, and this is my opinion, is to clean up the mess. But, you know, what kind of broom are we going to use? And so a gun could be a broom, right? We have to look for a graceful broom. And the best way to do it is to do it with some kind of effect that doesn't compound the problem. If we become the bully boys, because we have the technology to enforce, it's in place. But if we enforce it, then we become the bully boys, like the bully boys we're trying to replace. It's a lot better if we give them the opportunity to elevate their souls, because let's face it, they're part of the whole creation as well. So what we have to do is position them to a point where they become more effective. And if they're so insistent on being destructive, then they have to be in a position where they can maximize that feature. Okay, but not here.
Okay,
So
thank
if they want to stay, they got to elevate. That's
Anyone
really
else?
what it is.
Anyone else want to make a comment about this? Again,
Thanks, Mark.
nobody's wrong here. Thank you, Alex. How is Mr. Keshe going to reach the children? A previous workshop, or one of them, he said he's going to teach the children how to transmute. What we heard in Jalal's answer, you can be there and not be seen. So you can be in a situation as a child, but then you can not be seen in the room. But how would the foundation, Mr. Keshe, what we're working on, how could, and children are pretty captive subjects in a way. If you're a child, obviously you are under some sort of guidance or instruction from your parent. You're pretty much a captive entity. How is Mr. Keshe going to reach, or the foundation reach, these children to teach them that they can disappear or to move? Obviously, it's through the elevation of the soul, but how would that start to happen? Would there be public advertisements on television? Would there be other methods? Maybe through this plasmatic gas will touch them and elevate the energies of the soul, and they'd come to a realization. I'm just wondering how, again, it would seem like it'd be through the gases of this planet. But how could he reach them to teach them to transmute out of that situation, or to gain the strength to move themselves out, or even be there but not be able to be seen for such abuse? Any thoughts on that from anyone? Including you, Alex.
Okay.
Why do you think, Mark?
Hi, John.
Why do you think it has to be in a matter state? He can receive a message from, call it his guardian angel. Right now, you're seeing a lot of videos on the net of people talking about their near-death experiences.
Yeah, yeah.
And the guardian angels or Jesus or the light or whatever comes along and gives them instructions. Why can't that be done with kids?
Okay.
Kids are also being born right now with a hell of a lot of knowledge. There's a boy in Australia that was born, and when he was 2 years old, the family received a postcard with a picture of Lady D. And he said, "Oh, I was that princess before." The parents didn't even believe him because he'd never heard of Lady D or whatever. But then in a couple of months later, he saw a picture of her two kids. And he said, "Oh, those are my two children." And then he described the places, the castles he was living in England or Great Britain, let's put it this way, because it's also Scotland, and described them with a lot of details. And the little kid just about learned how to talk, and he never even got to know about all this.
Sure. We've heard many of these interesting aspects.
Yeah,
Obviously,
in India, they've always happened, yeah.
No, but definitely with children, and most parents ignore it and tell them they're just imagining things, but then certain parents will take it up. Yep.
It happened to me when my son was up to 7 years old. He always he used to play with two friends of his, Dudu and Tani. and we sort of pulled his leg always, but because I wasn't into all this knowledge yet.
Yes, you mean sort of visitors in a way, playmates?
Yeah, or friends he used
or
to play with.
friends. Hmm. Yes, we've heard this many, many, many times. Many times. So you think the children can get some sort of plasmatic
yes.
message?
Or
through their
they
soul.
also remember, they have remembrances. And
Okay.
they're being born with a lot of this in an advanced way.
To continue this transmutation in a way. Yeah, that may
Yeah.
come back to them. Again, I don't think anyone knows, even the governments don't know what Mr. Keshe has planned. I think he alluded to that. So he has a few things yet up his sleeve to be revealed. But yes,
He certainly has enormous sleeves, yeah.
Yeah, Alex, do you want to take the screen back, please?
Thank you.
And do we have any other comments on this topic, which we know is quite pervasive, and the children are pretty much disarmed, and to fight against it, it's almost an impossibility in many of these situations. Not all of them, but again, when you're 7, 8, 9, you have to have somebody there sort of overseeing you. You can't be on your own. So how they're going to move out of this situation, and again, it may be a tandem project where we're going to elevate the soul of the abusers as well. So something may be happening on both ends. But yes, they would have a very strong emotion to want to be out of that situation. And I think that's part of creating this transmutation in a way.
There are 2 points I'd like to make, Mark. One is that the kids are easier, that they're easier to do this than the adults are.
Okay.
You know, because it all stands to reason that, you know, what we're talking about is an acquired habit. And so, you know, the older you are, the more entrenched you are in that habit. So habits are hard to break, we all know. But what is classic is that many of the habits that we carry forward come from childhood. And whether we acknowledge it or not, you know, these certainly must affect us. And I think I said in the previous class, I remember my mother telling me, you know, how happy she was that I learned not to stick my fingers in the electric socket because, you know, it was dangerous, and she taught me well, and I had no idea. I couldn't remember her teaching me that. So how did I retain that knowledge? So the point being is that we can retain it whether we're aware of it or not, or whether we acknowledge it or not. So when we see some psychosomatic illnesses in adulthood or psychosomatic behavior, it comes from childhood acquired experiences, and we have never broken them. We had no idea that we could, or the society kept reinforcing it, right? Because, oh, you were abused as a child, yeah, so you know, you're poor, depraved. And so, yeah, but that was 40 years ago. Yeah, but you're still poor and depraved. And I guess it's like an orphan child, you know, and you say, oh, you know, I didn't have a mother and father, and so that gives me a right to abuse other people, you know. And these are not inclusive, they're mutually exclusive. Children have it easier. The point I'm trying to make is there's a guilt association with that, and society reinforces that. And so in many cases, we become prisoners of our own emotions. We're the ones who are actually carrying the baggage. And just because it's socially acceptable, then we it's handy. Oh, it's a good excuse. I need an excuse. Well, we don't need excuses. What we need is results, and we need to know that we have the capability of doing that. So I think just by making the children aware on a soul level, like John was talking about, that this will give them the opportunity to eliminate the guilt. But I think this is going to be a process where once we eliminate the guilt, or once we eliminate this emotional baggage, now we can move forward.
Yes, and Mr. Keshe seemed to stress that understanding that it's not the child's fault, even though the abuser would continually drum that into their head. You want this, yes, this is what you want, and so on and so forth. But he seemed to relieve some of that by telling the child it's not your fault. Go ahead, Micah.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I put a little link in the chat there. This is a movie that I've been, well, it was supposed to come out about 3 years ago, and it seemed to have been just like disappeared and suppressed. But it's interesting timing with the children and the abusers, because it's a true story film about the child sex trafficking trade. And anyhow, I find it very interesting. Everything seems to be coming to the surface at this time. So just wanted to share that with all of you.
Right. At the same time, they're trying to codify it. It seems at the same time, Mr. Keshe is going to help these children come out of this situation. And this is what we're seeing across the spectrum, at least here in the United States. They're almost encouraging it, even the World Health Organization as well. But we won't go into the details on that. But I think the solution will be provided in the upcoming time. This is a very dear subject to Mr. Keshe, I'm sure, as he worked with security services and for many, many years, and the problems we've had in the foundation. So it's very important that we join the elevation of the souls of the children. This will be part of the answer or the solution. Anyone else want to bring anything before I play a final clip, which is about 10 minutes long or so? And this is about the trials. I don't want to leave this workshop without Mr. Keshe showing you a couple pictures. If you can attend, maybe you know someone who would like to sign up for these trials. And again, it's developing systems to provide more service to humanity, as I see it. Anyone else? Okay. Then I guess I'm going to take the screen, Alex, and we'll play this last clip, and then just a short intermission clip to show some more offerings in the store. And the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you everybody for allowing me to present today. I hope you enjoyed the session, and we're looking forward to some major changes in the next, days and weeks.
Okay, that video just jumped a little bit forward here, and we want to go back to about 1 hour, and we'll continue it. Thank you all for joining us today and being part of this great change. As Mr. Keshe said, we're all placing a brick in this wall of peace and this peace dome we're building, and the changes that are coming to this planet. Okay, let's just boost that up a little bit. And this is what Mr. Keshe is talking about with the offerings of the pH changes and also the growing of teeth. It's about 10 or 12 minutes long. And then we'll go to one more short 2-minute clip, final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all again. Yes.
Take the screen, Mark, please.
Will do. Good. Thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
So what is important for us with the test with salinity is not just for you to benefit from it, to change the condition, that if you can change the pH of your body over 7 to keep away from all different conditions, but it's for us to see how effective the transmutation of the materials through the systems, through especially new wireless systems are. And this is one of the main reasons we took this position with the doctors. And what they report us from their cases, that actual salinity of the body of those who are on the observation with them actually changes during the process they are on the system and the days after. So this gives us a very good insight how we can use the enhancement units for feeding. How you, as we heard in the intro, we say Monday between 4 and 6, you can have as much tomatoes as you like, and between 6 and 7, another channel, you can have as much cheese as you like. And so these trials are part of completion of the work. And now we have a confirmation to the trials done by the doctors, and those of you who are volunteering to be part of the salinity. It's not just for you to be helped to stop the future cancers or future problems with neurosystems or whatever you think of. It's for us to be able to show, and as we have shown, the what we call the progress in this process. When we put the trials of the systems for the dental care, we show the data to our doctors first, what we had and how much we have 6 or 10 weeks later. And it is part of this which is important to us. When our doctors shared the pictures of what we call the cases, we look at how things have changed, how effective it has been. Are we changing things? The trial with the tooth, which now is handled by doctors, is very fundamental. Is that showing that we can change the condition, and how many children's life we can change. Because now the technology is available. I'll show you a couple of pictures, and now you understand how effective this is. This is what we call the condition from a child. And we cannot do anything with this at the present time. At the present knowledge, what we do, what we have, is in fact how we can change these conditions. How do we come to, in a way, bring a new dimension into what we call what has not been available in dental care. And the technology today allows a change. The technology today allows us to bring that condition which done remote. This is not anymore sitting, taking chemicals and the rest, but this is restructuring the brain. How to produce and change the conditions of a tooth, of a condition of a child's life. And you will come to understand this has huge implication in what we call the world of dentistry. When you see the conditions before and after, when you see how you change the totality of a condition of a child's life with what you have created or what you can create. When the whole condition changes, and when we go and search and we see such a thing is impossible in the world of what we call present science of dental surgery, how you can change in a very simple way using the new understanding of the creation of every part of the body of the man controlled by the soul of the man. Then you come to create and understand how powerful the new technology is, where we're not talking about one or two, we are talking about a complete change in what we call the structure of the whole life of a child. When we look at these kind of pictures, when we look at these kind of effects, our dentists will tell you these are impossibilities to change in the present world of medicine, in dentistry. And when we ask you to volunteer, is for us to understand more of and how such changes can be achieved in very few weeks, remote from thousands of kilometers away. This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow a tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new damage. In the coming time, Keshe Foundation will have access and be part of a structure of one of the largest research organizations in the world. Our research centers from Austria will move out in a very short time, and Keshe Foundation will join and become part of them, one of the largest nations' research organizations into space development. We have signed the documents, and the process is time. Keshe Foundation has and will become one of the major research organizations with the support of one of the largest nations on this planet. One of the most powerful nations on this planet has signed itself to the development of Keshe Foundation technology. And in coming time, they will announce their way and how they do it. So many of you who are knowledge seekers truly in research will be called upon us, on you, to join us. And if you find your way fits the new research development, you'll be invited to join the research teams of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. No expenses will be spared by the organizers and our partners in this research and development, as long as it's beneficial to all of us. We have signed ourselves to this agreement, and those who are working with it, they know the process started. We have appointed our management team to run and to see this system through step by step. Over the next few months and years, you hear more about what Keshe Foundation has become and what we deliver according to what we have signed ourselves to, which means we are out of the game of what we've done up to now, but in a very big way on the international arena work and national levels for development of new technologies. If you have, not just because you made well gases you think you are God, but scientific background in different applications of the technology of the Keshe Foundation, we'll invite you to join us. We'll assess you. We just don't take you up because you're a knowledge seekers and you made one gas one day, but it has to be a thorough research in what we want, and we'll pick up on the scientists to join us. And you'll be part of a national governmental organization and Keshe Foundation joint work.
Okay, so I think that gives you the bigger picture. Remember, you can sign up for these trials at health@spaceshipinstitute.org, I believe. Correct me if I am wrong. Again, these are not advertised in the store. But Mr. Keshe said, similar to the feeding, where he put something in the brain to create that plasmatic water, now he's saying here that we're going to restructure the brain in a way plasmatically. So this is what's happening, all done remotely through the headphones or the plasmatic headphones. Again, I can see so many new trials coming up for perhaps someone cannot hear that well. Perhaps someone has cataracts. I think there'll be so many applications for this technology. I don't think we can imagine all of them. But those who are scientists will be involved, and they'll vet you and ask you to come in and join one of the largest research teams on this planet. So this is what's actually happening in the background. Now, just to play a couple of offerings from the store, and then we'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Does anyone want to make any comments at this point?
Yes, Mark.
Please.
I just tested my new Cup 1 solution, which is 7%. The pH is 12. And after you wash it, it goes back to 7.
Okay.
Which is very interesting.
Barry, I was going to say the same. I see, yes, you put it in there. 7% solution making Cup 1 is 12 pH. After washing it, it goes back to 7. Very interesting, as long as all the salt has been released. I know Sander did a chart one time where he rinsed it, it went down, but then it went back up. Apparently the GANS was holding more salt than he had realized. He was asking Mr. Keshe.
And I wonder if anybody's tried to boil the salt out of the GANS.
I don't
Usually
think
if you have salty water, you know, you can boil the salt out, right?
No, I don't think the salt will evaporate. I think it will be left behind and concentrate.
Okay.
Perhaps. Again, that's just my understanding. But you can see where the foundation is going. So, so many conditions are going to be relieved plasmatically. And this is a huge change on this planet. I know Mr. Keshe talked about hospitals in the past, But these new hospitals will have no beds, he said, because no one's going to be staying. Maybe a wing with a couple of beds for some sort of accidents or something, but for the most part, the hospitals will not have beds, and they won't have med beds. They'll have the Keshe plasma science technology, as we know. So let me just play a couple more offerings again from the store, which we all know where it is. Again, this is the Keshe Foundation store, and there's probably close to 200 products on there now, if not more or less. Again, it's right in that range, but there'll be thousands developed in the future. And now we can see the way they're going, perhaps with a heart valve, a pH, and so on. Teeth, a tooth. And again, this is all helping to develop the systems that they can better deliver to humanity. So let's go back to our 486. We'll play a couple offerings from the store, the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else want to make any final comments? Please feel free. Very well. Thank you to our European guests who have stayed past midnight if you're still here. So thank you all. And again, have a wonderful rest of your day.
The revolutionary new Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit is due to be launched in June 2022, and in the same year is expected to fly passengers into space, to the moon and beyond for a day or even several days at a time. There is no need for the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit to carry food or medicine, as it is equipped with the latest space technology for transportation, transmutation and deep space operation. This extraordinary breakthrough technology ushers in a new era of travel without the need of fuel, food, or medicine, even during the longest excursions into deep space. Each spaceship unit has a 4-passenger capacity for long or short duration flights and has the capability to travel between cities on Earth in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the distance and speed. This ability to traverse massive distance in such incredibly short time is not just a breakthrough for human transport, it also completely revolutionizes the transportation of goods and cargo and will rapidly overcome the need for one of our most polluting practices, namely marine shipping, as it finally breaks us free not only from the combustion of heavy diesel, but from the combustion of any fuel for propulsion in the future. The Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a new paradigm in space travel, space medicine, and space technology.
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. a space technology that allows you to work with the fields of the universe. Creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions, it allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and emotion of the man can follow to find their balance, elevating the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.